Hey, it's good to be back home again. Sometimes this old field feels like a long-lost friend. The Blues return to Sinsheimer Stadium after a 4-game road trip in Northern California, and they're back on the Central Coast to host the Sonoma Stompers for a 3-game homestand. Welcome inside the broadcast booth. This is the Ancient Owl pregame show on the Slow Blues streaming network. Nate Mills alongside Ryan Giacomini getting you set for Game 1 against the Sonoma Stompers. And before we get into the Blues' history with Sonoma this summer, I want to talk about this road trip that the Blues just went on. They finished it out 1-3, including a walk-off loss against the Walnut Creek Crawdads, 11-10. They also lost by 11 to the Menlo Park Legends on Game 1 of that four-game road series, but there is a bright side to it. They beat the San Francisco Seagulls 13-2, a dominant victory and a much-needed dominant victory for the Blues, hobbling out of this road series. And Ryan and I talked about it a little earlier, too, that we wanted to at least see them finish out 2-2 on the series, and obviously it didn't turn out that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a lot you could take away from the road trip overall. You want to see that offense that they had against the Seagulls. The pitching was a little bit worrisome, which we'll talk about it a little bit, but the Blues have been able to get away with their subpar bats with the really good pitching. So because the pitching wasn't there, the bats had to step up, and they did against the Seagulls, 13 runs in that game. But in other games, were unable to show up the same way, and it resulted in 3 losses in that 4-day trip.
Something about the bats that we have been waiting to see catch up with this team is the amount of strikeouts. You never know which game the Blues are going to throw up double-digit strikeouts. Well, they didn't do that a single time on the road, so that was nice to see as well. The Blues cutting down on the strikeouts gives them a lot more opportunities offensively to compete against these teams. And look, Menlo Park, their record doesn't really show it, but they have a solid roster. Walnut Creek is good once again. They have a very aggressive offensive approach, and the Blues just couldn't keep up. And the strikeouts numbers were low, so that was a positive side for the Blues, but what really bit them behind was the pitching. It's like you said, Ryan, early on the pitching was good, but the bats were a little subpar. That flipped around this weekend with the starting pitching, specifically with the Blues. Yeah, a lot of guys just going out there, giving up a lot of runs early, and then it's just so hard to come back. There were definitely some bright spots throughout the week. I think Chase Viale was one of them. He had struggled a little bit in that starting role for the Blues this summer, but then came in relief after Jackson Howell started a game and threw 2 innings of no hit ball, no run ball. Looked really good in that outing, so I'd like to see that be more of his role this summer, middle relief. But yeah, overall the pitching was just a little iffy, and we'll see what the pitching can do now. They have 12 games in the next 13 days starting today, so those arms are going to get used. We're going to see guys probably throw, you might have a reliever who throws today, and then he might throw against Arroyo Seco on Thursday just because they need guys to eat innings. So it'll be interesting to see what the staff looks like going into this weekend and next week's games as well. There was a lot of mixing and matching on this road trip as well, because you were playing 4 games in a row and you're only bringing so many arms up on the bus with you to Northern California. Dean Traynor kind of had to play a game of chess to fit the pieces into the right spot. I know I just named 2 different games there, but I mean, when Hawk Hill started against the Menlo Park Legends, I mean, he kind of got blown up with those 8 runs, but he had to stay into those 4 innings because there were a limited amount of guys that come out of the bullpen. So that's where you're seeing some of this pitching struggles come from. There are some reinforcements back today at Sinsheimer Stadium, a lot more faces out in the bullpen, so there should be good to go there in terms of pitching. We'll see how they fare against the Sonoma Stompers. Touching a little bit on the offensive side for the Blues, too. 9 extra base hits in 4 games. That's pretty solid, and for the Blues standard, it's above what it's been so far this summer. You'd still like to get that number a little bit more up. You said on off-camera, Ryan, at least 3 extra base hits a game. And I think that's a number certainly attainable for this roster. Yeah, I mean, the Blues only have 25 total extra base hits in their 16 games so far this summer. So when you look at that, you're looking, that's less than 1 extra base hit a game. So if you can just at least get that number to around 2 a game on average, that's a good place to be. And then, just continue to work on it. The Blues hit the ball really hard. It just seems to be that every time they do, it's right at one of the outfielders. They can't put a ball in a gap or down the line. So we'll see maybe if that's an approach thing for the Blues today that changes. They had 4 extra base hits in that 13-run game that they won on the road. So, 4 extra base hits, that's great. I mean, if you can get 4 extra base hits, 3 of them were in the same inning, too. That sparked a big inning and helped them win that game. So I think 3 is the magical number, but if you can just continue to be better
at the plate when in hitting for power, I think it'll help win more games.
And again, they certainly have the bats to do that. You look at the top 4 hitters in this lineup, and they've all proven to be power guys, including E.J. Royal, who had a home run and one of those 4 extra base hits in San Francisco. He's starting to come into his own a little bit. We talked with hitting coach Rene Regalado about a new hitting mechanic that Royal is working on. He never really thought about, separating his hands from his lower half. He would bring his top half of his body before the lower half, which typically that's not how you get a lot of power in a swing. He's developed that, and he's working on it in BP. And I'm telling you, the ball sounds louder coming off the bat of EJ. So if he can develop some more power that way, that could be scary for other teams. It would be great for the Blues if he can get on that track.
Yeah, and his home run was no wall grazer either. No. It was a well-hit ball. So if, it's going to be a lot harder for him to do here just because the ball doesn't fly as well here. The wind is blowing out today, though. Hold your horses.
Wow.
Yeah. But if he can do that and find gaps, or even just, if he can just put one down the line or hit one off the wall, it's just going to help the team, especially with him in that leadoff role. I really like the lineup today. Diego Murillo is batting ninth. He has a 345 batting average. So he's a guy who gets on base, doesn't hit the ball hard, but if he can get on, uses speed to get to second or maybe just on the base pass, and EJ can hit the ball hard in a gap, it's going to just produce runs like that in the 9-1 spot for the Blues today.
Before we send it down to the field, let's recap the last time these two teams faced off. It was a road series against Sonoma. It was the first 2 CCL games that the Blues had played all summer. They split it at 1-1. The Blues lost 7-1 the first time they played a CCL game. It was against the Sonoma Stompers. Nothing was going their way. The starting pitching really didn't help the Blues' case. They got them off on the wrong foot, like Ryan said. It's really hard to come back from that. You couple that with 17 strikeouts, really hard to come back from a loss like that. So they came back the next day. They minimized the strikeouts down to 5, and they edged out a 3-2 win against Sonoma. I think after a weekend like the Blues just had, you really want to set the tone early and get a dominant victory today against the Stompers because they have the capability to do that.
Yeah, especially with them having so many games in these next 2 weeks, just a good spark of confidence and momentum going into this gauntlet of games would be huge for this team. And I think it's going to show up because we know the first 4 guys in our order can hit the ball, but I think it's going to be the middle and bottom of the order with Tollerman, Smith, Alves, Andrews, and Murillo, who are going to need to show up today. Tollerman, the last time he played Sonoma, he showed up. I think the Blues could use some production from him. And then I mentioned, if Murillo can get on for the top of the order, all 4 guys in the top of the order have over a 947 OPS, so guys that can bang the ball around the yard. So if Murillo can act as a second leadoff, I think that would be huge for this team today.
Absolutely. Blues and the Sonoma Stompers getting ready at Sinsheimer Stadium. Thanks for tuning into the Ancient Owl pregame show on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. Nate Mills and Ryan Giacomini on the call for you tonight. We'll see you in a few minutes.
6, number 22, the first baseman, Zach Tolligan. Batting 7th, number 14, the third baseman, Brady Alves. In the 8th spot tonight, number 28, the catcher, Cam Andrews. And batting 9th, wearing number 7, the second baseman, Diego Murillo. Starting pitcher tonight for the Blues, number 44, the left-hander, Riley Marcotte. The Blues are led by Dean Traynor. He's assisted by Brian Traynor, Rene Regalado, Paul Teixeira, Randy Kozar, Shikes Garcia, and Frank Seeker. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to sing the national anthem this evening, Molly Pizzuti, we will ask you to please stand and kindly remove your hats.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we had at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets riddling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Molly Pizzuti. Thank you, Molly. There's the defensive line.
Hum You Tuesday, back at home at Sinsheimer Stadium. Game 1 of a 3-game homestand between the Sonoma Stompers and your San Luis Obispo Blues. On the mound for the Blues, it's Riley Marcotte making his first start of the summer. Here's the starting lineup for the Sonoma Stompers, the bats he will be pitching to this afternoon. Colton Boardman's the shortstop, leading it off with Max Handren, the third baseman, batting second. Batting third, it's Landon Akers, the center fielder, with the cleanup man being McCann Libby, who's at second base. Brady Shannon's the right fielder, batting fifth, with Anthony Shepler, the DH, batting sixth. Batting seventh, it's Nick Sebastiani playing in left field, and Trent Keys, the first baseman, bats eighth, with Luke Duncan, the catcher, rounding it out in the ninth spot. Here's a defensive alignment for your San Luis Obispo Blues. Behind the dish, it's Cam Andrews, Zach Tolliman over at first, Diego Murillo at second, Brady Alves at third with Sam Artois at shortstop, Mason Ashlock in left, EJ Royal in center, and Don Jordan in right with Gavin Smith DHing. And like I said, on the mound for your Blues, it's the former Raging Cajun from Louisiana Lafayette, Riley Marcotte, the left-hander making his first start in a Blues uniform.
Been pretty solid for the Blues this year, but has had some rough outings. He's not a guy who's you're going to see a lot of walks from. He's going to pound the zone and force hitters to score runs themselves. A lefty look, which is different than what they're probably going to see the rest of the night. The Blues most likely going Hawk Hill, maybe Kate O'Hara today, both righties. Very interesting delivery, especially from the windup, very three-quarters. A lot of arm side run, but overall a good pitcher. We'll see that fastball in the mid to high 80s with a slider and a changeup as well.
You talked about don't see a lot of walks. Well, we haven't seen any so far from Riley Marcotte this summer. In his 2 appearances, he's pitched in 2 innings, allowed 4 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, and 3 strikeouts. He's only faced 10 batters. Here's the leadoff man, Colton Boardman, the shortstop, batting left-handed. Typically, it's Landon Akers in the leadoff spot, but some lineup changes since the Blues were in Sonoma just over 2 weeks ago for the first 2 games of CCL play. So it's the lefty Boardman with the lefty Marcotte ready to go. Here's the first pitch, and it misses inside at 6:03 p.m. Game time temperature 74 degrees and sunny. 1-0, and Boardman leaves it low, 2 balls and no strikes. Blues coming off of a 4-game road series in Northern California. Spent a couple games in the South San Francisco Bay Area. And this 74 degrees and sunny is a very relieving feeling for this Blues roster, especially after getting a contrast in the cold there and then extreme heat in Walnut Creek the day after. Here's the 2-0. And the pitch is left high for Boardman. 3 straight balls from Riley Marcotte, 3-0.
Yeah, 74 and sunny in South San Francisco would probably be the nicest day of the year there. Very cloudy area.
The 3-0. And a fastball down the middle of the plate for strike 1. I had the opportunity to go to San Francisco proper, and it was a rare sunny day around this time of year. 3-1. Pitch missing inside. That's the leadoff walk to Boardman.
Well, the big thing with San Francisco is the fog. Usually the clouds don't really come in. It's just foggy all day.
Yeah.
But if the sun comes out and can, part that fog, it's a really nice area actually. But it just doesn't happen all that often.
The fog is such a relevant issue in San Francisco. They have a name for it. Carl the Fog. The runner at first. Here's Max Handren. First pitch swinging. It's a high bouncing ball to Murillo, who dodges the runner who is going into second base. They'll say he's safe. Ball gets away, and Ardois recovers it. Head first slide into third base, and Boardman goes first to third. And a bit of a question mark there. I thought that was interference from the runner Boardman, who threw a shoulder at Murillo at second. And I think Dean Traynor, the Blues manager, is going to have a chat with the umpire about it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they rule here because, that's a play. He looked pretty in the base path to me. Murillo's charging that ball, trying to field it. Murillo did everything right. I don't think anyone was in the wrong necessarily. So we'll see how they rule it. We were actually talking about this before the game with the broadcasters for the Stompers, how umpires' meetings are odd, where you can come together and switch up calls. But I said the one area I think that they are beneficial are interference, because anyone can see interference from anywhere on the field. I most famously think of it at third base. I can't remember the team the Red Sox were playing, but when it was a walk-off and interference was called at third base by the home plate umpire, and the runner was hosed at home plate. But the interference was seen over 90 feet away from the home plate umpire.
All the umpires are conjuring down the first baseline right now, trying to see who had the best angle on that. And from my vantage point, it looked like Murillo had to kind of move his right shoulder out of the way of the runner and Boardman, who was taking off towards second base anyways. And it's a tough play for a second baseman, Murillo, because you're timing up 3 different things. How are you going to field the ground ball, how are you going to get the throw over to first base, and the runner that's coming at you at full speed. There were a lot of factors coming at him, and I thought Murillo handled it perfectly. And Ardois also did a nice job at shortstop, backing up the second baseman when the ball kicked away. And so everyone's safe, no interference, and Colton Boardman goes first to third on the infield single from Max Handren. So Handren's at first, and Boardman at third. And just like that, the go-ahead run 90 feet away for the Stompers. Some action early on as their best hitter, Landon Akers, digs in. First pitch, and it's left inside, ball 1. Landon tore it up this past season at Bellarmine in Louisville, Kentucky. The second team All-A-Sun selection and was named to the A-Sun All-Freshman team. 356 average and a 511 slugging. Akers sends it straight back 1-1. 80 hits, 15 doubles, 6 homers, and a triple. In those 80 hits, he drove in 24. Leadoff man numbers for Bellarmine. He's a table setter for sure, and the Stompers got him in a situation to cash in some runs early on. The 1-1. Akers hits a grounder to the left side. Ardois can't glove it. Error by the shortstop, Sam Ardois, brings in a run, and the Stompers strike first.
I think Ardois just got a little bit ahead of himself there, looking for the double play ball, but the first part of the double play ball is fielding it yourself. You got to field it, then toss it. But right there, he just keeps the glove up too high, doesn't go low to high with it. And there for Ardois, gives up the first run of the game.
Blues are playing in their 17th game of the summer. There have only been 2 games this year where the Blues have not recorded an error. One of them was a loss. First pitch high and outside to McCann Libby, who homered off the Blues the last time he faced him. Libby is the second baseman cleaning up today, and he's got runners at first and second. Handren advanced into scoring position off the Landon Akers error. So it's Handren at second and Akers at first, and Libby in a 1-0 count. Leaves it high, and it gets away from Andrews into the backstop. Runners each move up 90 feet, and now 2 in scoring position for Sonoma. A very avoidable mistake for Cam Andrews. He just had to come out of the squat to get there, and I think he shot up his arm first before the legs and just kind of stabbed at the baseball and rolled all the way to the backstop.
Uncharacteristic from Cam Andrews. It'll officially go as a wild pitch, but that's a play Cam Andrews can make. He knows he can make it. We know he can make it.
Infield in. Here's the 2-0, and it's sent straight back for strike 1.
Now these next 2 at-bats become huge strikeout situations. You don't want to let another run come in here in the first. It just puts yourself in a hole before your hitters have even got to see a pitch yet.
From the windup, Marcotte is ready to face the Louisiana Tech commit in Libby. And he leaves an off-speed outside, but not by much. 3 balls and 1 strike.
And you can work around Libby with a base open. The Blues might trade 2 outs for a run early in this game. The infield's half in up the middle, and the corners are on the grass.
Here's the 3-1 to Libby. And leaves it high, and that's ball 4. A walk fills the bases for Brady Shannon, a right fielder batting 5th, and a Penguin from Youngstown State. Dean Traynor already coming out to talk to his left-hander and Marcotte. A sticky situation with Brady Shannon coming up, and the base is loaded. He slugged .461 this past season at Youngstown State, 10 homers, 3 doubles, and 2 triples, driving in 22 runs with the Penguins. Before he was at Youngstown, he was a Knight at Central Florida. A two-sport athlete, a quarterback, and an outfielder.
Not something you see a lot, a guy who has double the amount of home runs as he does other extra base hits. The guy can bang the ball around the yard for sure, and he showed it with the Penguins.
There's certainly toolsy at 6'2", 225 pounds, as Dean Traynor heads back into the Blues dugout. Shannon actually debuted with Sonoma against the Blues in Game 2 of that 2-game road set in Sonoma. And in that game, he went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and grounded into a double play. Blues would like a double play here. He'd certainly sacrifice the run for the 2 outs you'd get from that. Corner's playing in. Here's the first pitch to Shannon. And he swings and misses at a slider inside for strike 1. Max Handren at third, Landon Akers at second, and McCann Libby at first. Boardman with the leadoff walk came around to score on a Akers error. 0-1. Pitch missing outside. 1-1 now to Brady Shannon.
Marcotte's already walked 2 guys this inning, and this is a situation where you cannot walk another. You definitely don't want to walk a run in. Rather give up a ground ball, an RBI ground ball.
Wind blowing straight out in center field as Shannon set on the 1-1. Swing and a miss at a fastball high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. This past season at Youngstown State, Brady Shannon set a single-season record for slugging, OPS, home runs, walks, and extra base hits. The 1-2. Shannon swings and misses for strike 3. Big first out for Riley Marcotte. There's 1 gone for Anthony Shepler.
Yeah, that's huge. Now the defense has to work. If Marcotte can get a ground ball, get a double play, get out of this inning with just the 1 run of damage.
So Shannon goes down swinging, and now it's the infielder and former Buckeye from Ohio State. Saw limited action in Big Ten baseball, 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts and a walk. He did score a run for Ohio State, but has since entered his name in the portal. Shepler almost gets hit by a fastball high and tight, 1-0. Anthony was a 4-year letter winner at San Marin High School, won a section championship in 2024, and was originally committed to play on the Central Coast for UC Santa Barbara before flipping to play for the Buckeyes.
Good decision.
1-0. Shepler almost gets hit by another pitch, but it looks like it caught him on the hip, actually, as he winces in pain and a run comes in to score. 2-0 Stompers off an Anthony Shepler hit by pitch. So Max Handren scores from third. That moves Akers to third base and Libby to second. And we talked about it on the pregame show. The biggest struggle for the Blues on this road trip was the starting pitching woes, and you're kind of seeing that here with Riley Marcotte in his first start in a Blues uniform.
Yeah, Nate and I were just talking about before, while we were introducing Marcotte, about him being a strike thrower, 2 walks and a hit by pitch. Doesn't really look like himself out there right now.
There's Sonoma's hometown kid, Nick Sebastiani, with the bases loaded. The first pitch is a ground ball the opposite way. Murillo flips it to second for 1, and on first they flip the double play and get out of the jam, but not before the Stompers strike first. 2 runs on 1 hit. We head into the bottom half of the first on the Slow Blues streaming network. Stompers strike first in the top half of the first inning at 2 runs on 1 hit. A rough start for Riley Marcotte's first start in a Blues uniform. Now it's the Blues' turn in the bottom half of the first inning, trailing by 2. Leading it off for San Luis Obispo, it's E.J. Royal returning to the leadoff spot. Sam Artois, the shortstop, bats second, with Mason Ashlock, the left fielder, batting third. Don Jordan cleans it up and plays right field. And batting fifth, it's Gavin Smith DHing. Zach Tellerman makes his return after 2 weeks of not playing in Blues baseball over at first base, and he bats 6th. Brady Alves is the third baseman, batting 7th, and Cam Andrews, the catcher, batting 8th. Diego Murillo rounds it out in the 9th spot, playing second base. The defensive alignment for the Stompers: Duncan behind the dish, Keys at first, Libby at second, Handren at third, Boardman at short, Sebastiani, Akers, and Shannon in the outfield, and Shepler DHing, with Charlie Moulton on the mound for the Sonoma Stompers. It's good to see E.J. Royal back in this lineup. He took a throw to the kneecap off Jared Medham at shortstop in Walnut Creek. Here's the first pitch to Royal, and it misses high for ball 1. The shortstop, Jared Medham, trying to force out E.J. Royal at second base. Kind of did a submarine flip to the bag and instead hit Royal flush on the knee. Looks good now as the 0-1 or the 1-0 comes in, and Royal swings and misses for strike 1.
2 fastballs to start out for the pitcher Moulton, 87 on both of them. He's thrown 2 innings, struck out 5, only gave up 1 hit, no runs. So he's been solid for the Stompers in his 1 appearance so far.
A two-way player for Sonoma. 1-1 missing high, 2 balls and a strike. from Los Medanos Community College. He made 7 appearances there last year, 9 1/3 innings pitched, allowing 13 hits, 5 earned runs, and 6 strikeouts. 2-1, and Royal swings and misses for strike 2.
EJ swung and missed twice, but I've liked both of his swings. He's, the bat is whipping through the zone. They were good hacks. Just has to keep his head in it and put the barrel on the ball.
We're seeing the front side fly open a little bit more. That's something we haven't usually seen from Royal as well. From the stretch, 2-2. EJ bouncing ball off to the right. Libby charges it, makes the throw on the run in time. Nice play by the second baseman, McCann Libby. There's 1 gone in the first inning. I'll bring up Sam Ardois, the shortstop batting second, who's seen it pretty well this summer. A nice bounce-back season in the Central Coast after a disappointing year at Louisiana Lafayette.
Nate and I mentioned the top 4 guys in this order all have a 947 OPS or higher. He's one of those guys. He's banged the ball around the yard and is, only in his 28 at-bats, but it's looked good.
First pitch to Ardois. And it's a slider and a called strike on the outer half, 0-1.
And Nate and I were down there watching batting practice today, and Ardois hit what to me sounded like a pop-up, and it was 20 feet gone, so he's added some power.
Here's the 0-1, and it's on the outer half again, no balls and 2 strikes. And Ardois looking for even more power. I talked with him about Louisiana cuisine the other day as well. Talked about how a buddy of mine is in Louisiana now, just moved there. And I'm like, hey, he's fattening up. And Ardois like, I'm looking to do that too. Sam puts it on the ground left side. The shortstop Boardman gobbles it up, throws it over to first, slightly offline, but Keys keeps his foot on the bag for the second out.
2 ground balls in back-to-back 2-strike counts. It kind of just seems like the Blues are protecting and just trying to put the ball in play when they get into 2-strike counts, so maybe a different approach, especially from, those 2 guys in their next at-bats, ambushing pitches earlier.
You know what they say, the best 2-strike approach is to not get into a 2-strike count. Here's Mason Ashlock with 2 outs. First pitch sweeper in there for a strike. And we're kind of seeing what the zone is going to be today from our home plate umpire, expanding outside and low to right-handed hitters. We've seen that so far with the first 3 in this frame. 0-1. And a sweeper, try the outer half again, but missed outside. 1-1 to Ashlock.
Tried to go right to that spot you just mentioned, low and away, but that one was just a little too far out. A good take from Ashlock to recognize that one was just too much.
Mason Ashlock making his 10th start of the summer for the Blues and one of the strongest hitters on this team. Another sweeper, low and outside. 2 balls and a strike to Mason. 15 hits in his 35 at-bats. A double, a triple, and surprisingly no home runs. You look at the way he swings in batting practice and the way he hits the ball hard in the games. Some players were giving him a hard time in pregame about how he doesn't have a homer yet, as he moves into a 2-2 count now.
It's a tough place to get one out here, and he's only played in 3 road games, so hasn't had a ton of opportunities necessarily to hit the ball out. Not to mention he's hitting .429.
2-2, and a fastball missing high and outside. That'll be ball 4. Mason Ashlock with a 2-out walk and a runner on first for Don Jordan.
I'm going to bring up one more thing about Ashlock. While he just walked, he is now 8 walks to 8 strikeouts with how hard he hits the ball. That is super impressive. Usually don't see that out of a lot of guys. So the fact that he's able to see the ball and be patient up there, even though he has so much power, is something to tip your cap to.
Get you a man who can do both. Here's Don Jordan, a man that can do both. Tons of speed in that batter's box as he checks a swing on a ball in the dirt, and Duncan keeps it in front for ball 1. Jordan, I would say, the fastest runner on this team, and if I told you someone had a 6'1", 230-pound frame, would you be able to tell me he could run a sub-6'5", 60-yard dash?
That's fast.
He can move. He's moved well in right field this summer. 1-0, and Jordan swings and misses at a sweeper for strike 1. Don Jordan made his first start in center field last game when the Blues lost to the Walnut Creek Crawdads, substituting for E.J. Royal, who was tending to that knee injury I talked about earlier. And he fit the part well. Looked really comfortable in center, got good angles on baseballs, and of course, the speed was present for Jordan. 1-1. And Don takes another slider in there for a strike. In the transfer portal after a season at the University of Texas riddled with injuries. Ashlock with a conservative lead at first as he inches off the bag. Slightly open stance for Jordan. Blues trailing 2-0 in a 1-2 count and 2 gone. Here's the pitch, and Jordan leaves it in the dirt for ball 2. It kind of makes sense when you look at Jordan's frame and how fast he runs. You're going, how is this possible? Well, his mother, Sonia, was an All-American long jumper at Texas Southern. That's some serious explosion right there. Charlie Moulton comes set, the 2-2. And it misses downstairs for ball 3. And Jordan knew that was a close take right there. He apologizes to the dugout as he pats his chest with his right hand.
A close take, but it pays off.
A payoff pitch coming up from Moulton. The 3-2. Grounder off to the right. Second baseman Libby's got it and throws it to first in time, but not by much. The speedster Jordan almost beat it out. The side is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on base for the Blues. We head into the second inning. Blues down 2-0. The Slow Blues Streaming Network. Stompers up 2-0 over the Slow Blues in the second inning. Trent Keys, Luke Duncan, and a leadoff man, Colton Boardman, due up to face Riley Marcotte in his second inning of work. The former Raging Cajun looking to bounce back after that first inning where he allowed 2 runs. Here's the first pitch to Trent Keys, missing inside for ball 1. Keys, a utility man from Oakley, California, at 6'3", 210 pounds. Just spent his first season at Los Medanos Community College last year. Slider hitting the outer half for strike 1. 43 games played, 282 batting average, a 383 on base, and a 423 slugging. Numbers good enough to become a Spartan at San Jose State, where he redshirted this past year. Big swing and a miss on a slider here for strike 2.
And his teammate over there at first, Zach Tollerman, would be very happy if he didn't get to see him all day long.
Big sigh from Marcotte. The 1-2. Slider swung on and missed. Dropped third strike, but Cam Andrews gobbles it up and throws it over to first in time. Second strikeout of the day for Riley Marcotte, and there's 1 gone in the second inning.
Ever since Brady Shannon has come to the plate, we're seeing Marcotte kind of dial it in, get into his rhythm, get into his zone. That's also right when Dean Traynor came out to talk to him. So he's throwing more strikes, which is what we like to see, and then he's using that wicked slider down below the plate to get guys swinging.
Here's Luke Duncan, and it's a fastball outside for ball 1. Duncan, like the starting pitcher for the Stompers today, Charlie Moulton, is also a two-way player, a catcher right-handed pitcher. You don't see that combination too often. Here's the 1-0, And Duncan half swings it. It's a slow looper to the shortstop Ardois, who flings it over to first in time for the second out.
Good start to this inning. A really good bounce back inning. I said to Nate at the break that Blues need a 0 here, need to get the bats back up there and give them a chance to, take the lead in the bottom of the second.
Here's Colton Boardman. He reached on a leadoff walk to begin this ball game, and it came back to haunt the Blues as he scored on an error from Ardois at shortstop. He's entering his sophomore season at Cal State Northridge. And the first pitch is a fastball in the outer half for strike one. In that year at CSUN, a .247 batting average, .320 slugging, and .324 on base percentage, 1 homer, and 14 runs batted in. Here's another sweeper missing low and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Colton Boardman, one of the 4 left-handed bats in today's lineup for the Stompers.
A good mix for manager Zach Pace of lefties and righties, something the Blues don't have today.
1-1, and Boardman grounds it into the Blues dugout for strike 2. Very true. The Blues going with an all right-handed lineup today.
I feel like it's an old school approach. Just put your best guys out there, let them play.
I like it. 1-2. Boardman swings, spins it off the hands and into the grass awning behind home plate. We'll do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
If you're at a Bananas game, whoever the fielding team would be mad at that kid. It was right at the mitt. He dropped it, man.
That would be an out in banana ball. From the windup, the 1-2. Missing outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Marcotte trying to go after it with the sweeper. It's obvious that he's confident with that pitch today. He's given a heavy dosage to these Stompers hitters so far. I don't blame him. A big sweeping slider from one side of the batter's box to the other. 2-2. Fastball hit off the hands, and Tullerman scoops it at first, and he'll take it himself to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down, and we'll head into the bottom half of the second. Blues trailing 2-0 on the Slow Blues streaming network, as this break is brought to you by Studio Design Group Architects. Home half of the second is brought to you by the talented team at Studio Design Group Architects. Whether you're designing, planning, or needing permits for a new space, Studio Design Group and their collaborative philosophy have you covered. Visit sdgarchitects.com to learn more. 5-6-7 duo for the Blues, Gavin Smith, Zach Tullerman, and Brady Alves. As Smith takes strike 1 here against Charlie Morton, a two-way player for Sonoma, getting a start today. And he's seen limited action so far with Sonoma, but has looked pretty solid in that time. 2 innings of work, 5 strikeouts, just 1 hit, and no walks, no earned runs as well. Here's Smith on the 0-1, and Gavin cues it off the end of the bat to first. Keys gobbles it up, flips it over to the pitcher Malton on the bag for the first out of the inning.
Not a swing that Gavin Smith is going to love, especially with his team coming off a 1-2-3 inning. You like to get up there and, get on base and start something for your team, especially trailing early in this game. It's going to be one he writes down in his journal as a bad AB. Well,
Gavin Smith, that AB right there is kind of been the story of his summer. 186 batting average coming into today's game, just a 666 OPS. Here's Zach Tullerman, buckled up on a curveball here. Misses high for ball one. Zach Tolman returning to the diamond for the first time in a long time. You'd have to go back to June 4th when the Blues played at Sonoma, and he played great there against the Stompers. 1-0, and a curveball inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Just over 2 weeks ago, Zach Tolman played baseball for San Luis Obispo. Went 2 for 4 with a double and a homer in that game. Here's the 2-0. Tolman with a big hack and a changeup here for strike one.
Yeah, he was penciled in to start one of the road games this last week, but then was a late scratch because he's been dealing with an ankle injury and thought he was good to go, but decided to sit that one out.
And aggravated it during infield-outfield before the San Francisco Seagulls. 2-1. Tolman puts it on the ground left side. Wicked hop to Handren at third, who throws it across the diamond in time to retire Tolman for the second out of the inning.
Handren snow coned that one on the top of his glove. It barely stayed in. There's a patch right in front of the third base cusp that been being repaired, and it's not the greatest ground. And if it hits right there, it's a wicked hop to take, and Handren did a good job with it.
And speaking of playing surface, the infield got a new coat of turfus this past road trip. Brand new dirt on top of this field as Alves rolls inside of a curveball that wrapped into the zone for strike one. Alves came in to replace Don Jordan in game one of that 4-game road series in Northern California. Jordan got hit in the forearm by a pitch, and Alves replaced him. Ended up going 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. As he takes ball one here, 1-1 to Brady Alves. Alves came into play right field where Jordan was starting against the Legends, and Brady had never played there, for at least in a Blues uniform. It looked pretty good out there. Took good angles on some baseballs. It's kind of a tough field to play at when you're in the outfield. Alves swings and misses at a changeup for strike two. And Brady's playing third today. No Gavin Constantine. Gavin Smith is DHing, and no Brendan Comerford. Those are your typical third basemen for the Blues. From the stretch, here's the 1-2. And Alves buckled on a curveball for strike three. 3 up, 3 down, capped off by Brady Alves getting caught looking. We head into the third inning, 2-0 Stompers on the Slow Blues streaming network. Two, 3, 4 due up for Sonoma. A 2-0 ball game. The Stompers lead the San Luis Obispo Blues. Top of the third inning from Sinsheimer Stadium, the first day of summer. And fans are rolling out to the park to watch their Blues play. First pitch to Handren is a high bouncing ball to the right. Flip over to Marcotte at first is in time. Riley Marcotte wins the foot race. 1 pitch, 1 out in the third.
That was veteran first baseman play by Tollerman. He knew that ball was taking a high hop, but at the corner of his eye, he was watching the base runner come down and knew that he didn't have to charge it extra and take a funky hop or, jump up and try to make a play. He knew that he had plenty of time to just let it come down, trusted that he was going to give a good toss to Marcotte, which he did, and get the first out.
So here's Landon Akers with 1 out. First pitch, and Akers takes it for a strike. Landon, the most productive batter in this Stompers lineup. Last time he was up, came through in a bases with runners in scoring position situation. And on an error, scored Colton Boardman, as he's a recipient of strike 2 here.
Back-to-back changeups to start off Akers after he threw a ton of sliders the first time he was up. Giving him a few different looks, knows the danger.
0-2. Akers fouls it straight back. We'll do it again. Just went through the lineup for the first time, and the theme that first time through the order was the sweeper and the fastball. Now to Handren, it was the changeup, that chopper, and same thing for Akers. He's laid on a fastball here. He sends it out of play. We'll do it again at no balls and 2 strikes.
I really love this mix he's gone with to start off Akers. 4 pitches in, pitching him backwards kind of. You go changeup, and then in the 0-2 you go a fastball out over the plate, and then you drop another changeup right off the fastball.
Here's the 0-2. Akers swings and bounces it to Artois at short, who gets the big hop and throws it to first in time to Telemann for the second out.
Artois seemed to lock in a little bit after that error. He made a strong throw to get the double play in the first, then fielded a ground ball in the second, and now one here in the third. Good bounce back for him. Making an error is something that can linger with you as a fielder, even in your at-bats.
Sure can. Here's the first pitch to McCann Libby, and it's swung on and missed for strike 1. McCann, hailing from Frisco, Texas, just spent last season with Navarro College and the Bulldogs, heading to Louisiana Tech next year. Nicely placed changeup, but a little too far off the plate for ball 1. Yeah, I'm wondering if this is going to be something we see a lot the second time through the order. It was slider, 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 and now it's a lot of combos for the lefty. 1-1. And here's a fastball, not missing by much, but that's low and outside for ball 2.
The changeup looks good too. 1,300 RPM, so it's not moving too much, but it's going to break a good amount because of how slow it's coming in. But it still has decent velo in the low 80s. About a 6-mile-an-hour difference from the fastball.
2-1. And it's a fastball missing inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. This past season at ULL, a 5.23 earned run average for Riley Marcotte. Made 21 appearances for the Raging Cajuns, 32 2/3 innings pitched, 20 strikeouts and 14 walks with 19 earned runs. Here's the 3-1. Slow dribbler to the left and in foul ground, 3 balls and 2 strikes. A good amount of playing time for Riley Marcotte this past season in 32 2/3. But with low production, not going the way he had hoped in Louisiana Lafayette, his home state. Grew up in Louisville. Pitch bounces inside, and that's a 2-out walk to McCann Libby. The second time he's reached on balls today. And McCann Libby, check that. Riley Marcotte, the starting pitcher from ULL. Sam Artois, the shortstop, also hailing from Louisiana Lafayette. Both have entered the transfer portal too. 2 of the 20 names that are in the transfer portal on this Blues roster. There are only 2 guys in today's starting lineup that aren't in the transfer portal. So now it's Brady Shannon, the runner on first, and he takes ball 1 inside. And Shannon was a really exciting addition to this Stompers team. Came in the middle of the season just as CCL play started, and just because of his sheer athleticism, just kind of turned heads at Arnold Field. Average lead at first, and Marcotte will pick over there, and Libby's back in standing. When you have a guy that played baseball and football at 2 separate Division I universities, one of them being a Power 5 school in Central Florida, that will certainly grab your attention. 1-0. And Shannon goes the opposite way into right field, and Jordan can't get there. A line drive over his head, and that's going to score McCann Libby from first base. The throw comes into second base, and Shannon rounds into third. It's a stand-up triple to bring McCann Libby home. 3-0 Sonoma.
Don Jordan just did not take the best angle on that ball at all. It took him a second to read it, which can happen, especially the way the ball is hit here. That one's slicing at you, but then he just took a really bad angle at it. Seemed like he almost was hurt running after it. and it's going to cost the Blues a run.
Well, it looked like there might have been some top spin on it the way it came off the bat from Brady Shannon. It looks like Jordan might have taken a couple steps in to try to chase after that baseball, but was quickly fooled and had to book it towards the fence. Here's the first pitch to Anthony Shepler, and it's a slider for a called strike. Brady Shannon with a nice approach going the opposite way, too. And this wasn't a lazy shot to right. This was on a line over the head of Jordan and Wright, who's got good speed, too. And if you can beat him, you know it was hit hard. Shepler fishes for a changeup here for strike two. And that's Brady Shannon, the extra base single-season record holder at Youngstown State University. Here's the 0-2 to Shepler. He swings and hits it off the end of the bat, and the shortstop Artois is there, throws it to first, and Tollerman's got it in time. The side's retired. But not before an RBI triple from Brady Shannon extends the Stompers' lead 3-0 over the Blues. Bottom half of the third after this, the Slow Blue Streaming Network. Bottom half of the third, and it's the bottom half of the order for the Blues. Cam Andrews, Diego Murillo due up in this frame. The Blues now trail 3-0 against the Sonoma Stompers. An RBI triple from Brady Shannon extended the lead for Sonoma in the top half of this inning. So now here's Andrews against Charlie Moulton. First pitch to Andrews misses outside for ball one. Andrews played in the game against the San Francisco Seagulls. That was game 2 of a 4-game road trip. 0 for 3, a strikeout and a walk. And eventually Brody Miller came in to pinch hit for him at San Bruno City Park. Another pitch low and outside, 2-0 to Andrews, the catcher batting 8th today. And Ryan and I talked about a little bit in the pregame show, but Andrews, while the average hasn't quite shown up for him, the on-base has. And if you have a catcher with a good on-base that can be a solid bat and a plus defender, he'll take that any day. And that's what Andrews is trying to sell as he's in the transfer portal. Here's a high pop-up, though, to left center field. Akers charges, slides, and can't make the catch. Andrews thought he caught it as he hesitated at first base, but he retreats back to the bag. That's a base hit for Cam Andrews, the first of the day for the Blues, and it leads off the bottom of the third.
Now I'm starting to think that it's just not a good day to read baseballs off the bat because out there in center, Akers kind of got a poor jump on that one. I thought it was going to be a routine fly out, but he had to hustle and then slide and couldn't make the grab. Maybe something about today has made it not easy to pick up baseballs off the bat.
The first day of summer scaries as Diego Murillo steps in with a runner on first. Mountain comes set from the stretch and with a deep side delivers. Murillo opposite way right to the first baseman Keys, who will tap the bag, a double play. The scaries continue in this inning as we now flip it to the top of the order with 2 outs.
There's nothing you can do there. Murillo got a fastball in the outer part. He did exactly what you're taught. He drove it the other way on a line. It was literally right at the glove of Keys and right over the bag.
And a good approach from Diego Murillo, too. That pitch was on the outer half. He threw his barrel at it, hit it hard, but Keys was just right there. Royal takes the first pitch inside for ball one. EJ grounded out to the second baseman Libby the last time he was up. Played in game one of 2 against the Walnut Creek Crawdads and went 2 for 4 with a double. Royal watches a sweeper for a called strike, 1-1.
Murillo's ball was hit at 87 on a line the other way. First pitch, that's a great approach. That's a great at-bat. It's a very unfortunate outcome.
All you can really do is just shake your head and walk back into the dugout, 1-1. And it skips in the dirt underneath the legs of Duncan behind home plate. 2 balls and a strike to Royal. And in that game one against Walnut Creek, where EJ went 2 for 4 with his RBI single and his double, that's where he was hit in the knee. He finished that game, but then game 2 was replaced by Don Jordan. 2-1. Royal leaves it high for ball 3. EJ trying to hit for some more power this summer following a hitting adjustment that he discovered with hitting Coach Rene Regalado during this road trip. The sounds different in batting practice and trying to translate it into the game. Royal watches a spinning curveball flutter above the zone for ball 4. Now a 2-out walk to the leadoff man EJ brings up Sam Ardois.
Blues will take that, see if you can get some 2-out action. You know, you don't need to get all the runs back right now, but if you could scrap across 1 here in the 3rd, there's still so much ball game left to play.
One step at a time. 3-0 deficit. The Blues trail the Stompers in the bottom half of the 3rd. Sam Ardois, who's 0 for 1 today, he grounded out to the shortstop Boardman the last time he was up. Went 1 for 3 in game 2 against Walnut Creek. A double, scored a run, and stole a base. Pick over to EJ at first. It's not in time. Ardois heading into today's game, a .321 batting average with a .994 OPS. First pitch, and Sam moves his arms above a fastball inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Making his 7th start for the Blues today. 9 hits in his 28 at-bats. 3 of those 9 hits are for extra bases. 2 doubles and a homer, 1-0. Ardois flinches on a curveball that's a called strike, 1-1 to Sam.
Definitely an opportunity for EJ Royal to swipe a bag with 2 outs, get yourself in scoring position, but you want to do it earlier rather than later.
Royal with a conservative lead at first for his standards. A nod from Malton, now the 1-1, and it misses outside. 2 balls and a strike to Ardois. Sammy in the driver's seat with a runner on first, trailing by 3 to Sonoma. Shadows beginning to cascade at Sinsheimer Stadium, the first day of summer. Here's the 2-1, and Ardois takes a sweeper on the outer half for strike 2. Well, we talked about how Marcotte, the starting pitcher for the Blues, has been feeding the Stompers with sliders. It seems to be the same case here with Charlie Malton, especially to right-handed hitters. 2-2. Ardois checks his swing. The throw goes to second as Royal takes off to the bag, and it's not on time. A stolen base for EJ Royal and a runner in scoring position for the first time today for the Blues.
And what I love about that is there is no way that Malton is going to want to pitch to Ashlock rather than Ardois. So Ardois is going to get a pitch to hit here with a runner in scoring position.
3-2, 2 outs. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's the payoff. And Sam swings and misses for strike 3. Got him on the changeup, and they strand EJ Royal at second base. Unassisted double play by the first baseman Keys, and a strikeout swinging from Ardois. Leaves EJ Royal and company 3-0. We head into the 4th inning. Ryan Giacomini's got you for the middle 3rd on the Slow Blues Streaming Network.
Top of the 4th inning, Blues still trail it by 3, and Marcotte's back out there for his 3rd inning of work. He's going to face the bottom 3 for the Stompers, with Sebastiani taking a pitch for a ball down below the knees.
I'm curious to see how Marcotte pitches to this lower half of the Stompers order. It was a lot of sliders and then a lot of changeups.
Called strike on the 1-0 is a changeup. And then a slider. That's a called strike, too. Marcotte had that rough 1st inning, but since then has bounced back a little bit. Here he is in the 1-2. Strikeout. Sebastiani goes down swinging for the 1st out of the inning. The 3rd strikeout of the day for Marcotte.
And I was wondering what the out pitch was going to be in this lower third of the lineup because, like I said, he went through 1 through 9 the first time around, heavy slider, and then second time around it's been changeup. Didn't know if he was going to do the same with the bottom 3rd of the order. It appears he is doing that.
Slider, first pitch to Trent Keys, who struck out in the 2nd inning. He led off that 2nd inning with a strikeout. Here's the 1-0, swung on and fouled back to the netting, even it up at 1-1.
Stompers had that triple in the 3rd inning from Brady Shannon over the head of Don Jordan, and it's become apparent that fielders are having a tough time seeing the action on the baseball off the bat.
A changeup that plunked Trent Keys right in the middle of the back. A 1-out hit by pitch puts a runner on for Luke Duncan, who's yet to get a hit so far this season.
And that's the 2nd hit by pitch of the day for Riley Marcotte. And he kind of honed it in the 2nd inning with that 1-2-3 frame and had a hiccup in the 3rd. Hit by pitch kind of breaks up the momentum a bit for him.
First pitch to Duncan is skied into shallow right. Jordan comes in. Murillo calls him off, but then can't catch it. The throw to second is not going to be caught by Ardois. That'll go as a hit, but Murillo seemed to have that ball be underneath that ball, called off of the right fielder who usually would have priority there, and then missed it by 10 feet.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's Don Jordan's baseball all day. Even if your infielder calls you off, Don Jordan has 10 times of a better angle on that pop fly than Murillo. I think he would have gotten there with his speed. He would have caught it flat-footed, and unfortunately, it just didn't roll that way for the Blues. Runners on 1st and 2nd.
Here's Boardman. 0 for 1. First pitch, chopped to 3rd. On the dive is Tollerman. His throw to Marcotte is on the money. Good play by Tollerman, diving to the hand side to get the 2nd out of the inning.
And you're just talking about the veteran presence of Zach Tollerman over at first base. Well, there you have it. A nice diving play to erase a base hit from Colton Boardman. Both runners do move into scoring position, but Tollerman minimizing the damage, because if that ball gets into right field, Trent Keys probably scores.
Here comes Max Handren. Played with the Stompers 2 summers ago. Primarily a middle infielder, today at 3rd. Here's a first pitch to him, a ball in the outer half. As in some non-Blues news, I'm a huge Giants fan, and Rafael Devers was just traded there, and he's up at the plate for the first time. 3-second ovation when coming to the plate.
Ryan is kicking his feet and resting his hands on his palms right now.
And he struck out swinging. The 1-0 misses
Worst
inside.
trade ever.
I want Kyle Harrison back.
Blow it up.
I estimated in his career, so he has 8 years left on his deal, so assuming he will stay with the Giants for 8 years, I said he's going to hit 60 balls into the bay. Here's the 2-0 right there for a strike, 2-1.
6-0
60
in his Giants career.
Yeah, assuming he plays there all 8 years. What is that? Quick math, that's about 8 a year.
Yeah.
Here's a 2-1. Slider catches the outer part. Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs.
You see how much that fooled Max Handren right there? I mean, he was shuffling in that left-handed batter's box, almost thought about flinching, or he was kind of in between. A great slider from Riley Marcotte.
Here's the Deuces Wild offering. It's a fastball right down the middle, swinging and missing for strike 3 is Handren. He goes down for the second time, and the Blues get out of the inning with no damage done, as they will head back up in the bottom of the 4th. As I remind you that this break in the next half inning is brought to you by Ancient Owl Beer Garden and Bottle Shop.
Owl to give away 21-70.
Back here in the bottom of the 4th, as due up for the Blues, it'll be Ashlock, Jordan, and Smith. As I remind you that this half inning is brought to you by Ancient Owl Beer Garden and Bottle Shop, your go-to spot for every Blues road game. Located just around the corner from Sinsheimer, Ancient Owl is the official home of the Blues watch party all season long. Ancient Owl, choose your beer wisely. Ashlock walked. He was the first base runner of the game for the Blues as he watches a strike on the outer half. And, Ancient Owl would be a great place to go to this weekend as the Blues have a couple games on the road. Nate and possibly I'm questionable for the road trip. We'll be on the call as Ashlock sends that one back up the middle for a base hit. A leadoff knock for Mason Ashlock has the Blues in business with their second leadoff base runner of the game.
Well, Ashlock's bat died a hero. Broken lumber, tossing into the on-deck circle. Leadoff single for Mason. Just finds a way to get on, finds a way to barrel baseballs, and that just continues here. Nice piece of hitting for Mason Ashlock.
Ashlock will have a new bat up there next time. Hopefully one that can handle his power through the zone. As Don Jordan waggles a bat above his shoulder. I'm sure he used this bat over the road trip, but the last time I saw him, he was still using that pink bomb bat.
He flip-flopped.
Okay.
He would go pink one day, and then he'd go solid black bat the other.
Ashlock takes off. Really good jump. No throw. Mason Ashlock was halfway to second by the time they even realized he had taken off for second base. Stolen base for Ashlock. He's now a runner in scoring position with nobody out for the heart of this order.
Well, both times Mason has stolen second, they have been incredible jumps. Very smart base runner in scoring position now.
Jordan in a hitter's count. 2-0. Couple looks at second. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled. Straight back and just to the right of us here in the press box. 2-1.
Don Jordan wanted every seam of that fastball, and that's been a theme for at least the top 4 hitters in the lineup who, as Ryan and I have said, none have an OPS below 440. So does swinging hard equate to having a higher OPS? I feel like that's a bigger discussion than this broadcast.
9 driven in this season, looking to make it 10 with Ashlock on second. Here's the 2-1. Ball 3, a slider down and away and trapped in the glove of Duncan.
You could write a dissertation on that. If you're a student looking for that.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I think, you give me nothing to do for a day, like maybe like a 5-hour plane ride. I think I could write you like a 10-page paper on how hitting the ball hard will help you in baseball. Here's the 3-1, swung on and fouled back.
Well, hitting the ball hard, there's plenty of correlation. I'm talking more bat speed, swinging hard. Does bat speed equate to better numbers?
Yeah, I mean, just mentioned, I'm a big Giants guy. Wilmer Flores is a guy who doesn't swing the bat hard. He's not the greatest of hitters, but, I mean, he plays in the MLB.
Yeah.
You know, he's a below average, and at one point he led the league in RBIs this year. Here's the 3-2. Ball 4, just barely. That pitch has been a strike most of the day, but Don Jordan takes it. That's the second time he's taken a very close pitch in a 2-strike count. But it's another base runner for the Blues. A very fast base runner over there at first base for Gavin Smith.
And that's one thing about Don Jordan's. That's something he doesn't lack, and that's confidence. He took that pitch very confidently, and like you said, Ryan, that has been a strike most of today. Talked about how the home plate umpire had been expanding the zone out, outer half, lower. That's fine as long as it's consistent. Jordan felt all of that pitch right there and draws the walk.
Out comes the pitching coach for the Stompers to talk to his starter.
He's trying to hit reset here. Malton had been cruising through the first 3 frames. He got a nice double play to bail him out of a leadoff single from Andrews. And this is the first time today that Malton has dealt with 2 runners on base.
2 on with nobody out for Gavin Smith, who first game of the season I would have thought he was going to be a 400 hitter with a 600 slugging. But since that home run game and his first at-bat as a Blue, he's cooled off a little bit as Mike Nunez will head back to the dugout. Batting a tick under 200. Guy who definitely could still hit the ball hard, just has had a hard time putting the ball in play so far this season. He has an opportunity to drive in his 12th run of the season right here as he looks at a first pitch strike.
To me, Gavin Smith kind of represents what this offense is. It's not very consistent, but when they hit it hard, they hit it really hard.
Second on the team in RBIs with his 11 driven in. Ashlock on second, Jordan on first. Here's the 0-1. A slider called strike, outer part of the plate. Quickly it is 0-2. Mike Nunez worked his magic, gets his pitcher 2 straight strikes.
And a familiar spot here for Gavin Smith, having to be tough with 2. 8 strikeouts on the season for him compared to his 6 walks.
He half swings at that one. The appeal, he did not swing. A pitch in the dirt. We'll bring it back to a 1-2 count. Zach Pace, the manager for the Stompers, his 6th season over there. Those of you who don't know, I spent 2 seasons as a Stompers intern before coming to my time with the Blues. My 4th season in the CCL.
And what some are calling the greatest decision ever.
Here's the 1-2. Swung on a miss. Strike 3 swinging for Gavin Smith. First out of the inning and the 3rd strikeout for Malton.
This is the first strikeout for Malton today that has come via a fastball. Both times it's been a slider to Ardois and to Alves. One looking, one swinging. And this is the first one that's been a fastball and swinging from Gavin Smith for the first out.
Mainly a 2-pitch guy, fastball slider. He has a changeup that he doesn't throw that often. And according to the Stompers broadcasters, it looks a lot like his slider. It's kind of weird because those are 2 different breaking pitches. First pitch to Tollerman is driven hard over the head of Sebastiani, but he goes back and makes the grab over his left shoulder.
Man, that's a tough play to make for Sebastiani out there and left. You're battling a couple elements there. The wind swirling around the baseball, the sun right in your eyes. He kind of took a rough angle to start, but corrected it well. Made the over-the-shoulder catch with a miniature hop. A nice play for Sebastiani, and nice piece from Zach Tollerman squaring that up into left. He's been doing that.
Tollerman's been hitting the ball hard this year. That one was 91 and on a line. Here's the first pitch to Alves. It's chopped foul past Rene Regalado at third.
Regalado couldn't even see that foul ball bouncing at him.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's an issue for these outfielders because even Sebastiani didn't get a great read on that one and had to hold for a second. That's why I thought that ball was going to get over his head. But we saw an issue in center with Akers and an issue in right with Jordan. So maybe the ball's just not hard to pick up off the barrel today. Here's the 0-1 as a called strike. Very quickly, it's 0-2 to Brady Alves. Ashlock still stands on second after a leadoff single, and then he stole second base. Jordan still stands on first after he walked following the Ashlock single. 2 straight outs since then. Here's Alves. He half swings at that one, pulls it back. No appeal. It's going to go a ball. Charlie Morton was halfway to the dugout. Then will have to find his way back to the mound and throw what he would call strike 4 to Brady Alves. Here's the pitch. That one outside. And the deuces are wild in the bottom of the 4th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 runners on base. For the 7-hole hitter, Brady Alves, who this season is 2 for 29. That includes today's game. Looking to get it going at the plate. Here's the pitch. Half swing, ball 3. From 0-2 to 3-2. 2 runners on. The Blues a great opportunity here to get a run, maybe even 2 back.
And that's a chase we've seen Brady Alves offer at this season. A nice job to leave it alone that time for ball 3.
Here's the payoff. Ball 4. Brady Alves draws a walk on a pitch that very well could have been called a strike. And Moulton was halfway to the dugout once again.
A 50-50 pitch there for Brady Alves, and it goes his way. Base is bloated with Blues, and Cam Andrews up.
Ashlock moves to third, Jordan moves to second, and now it's Cam Andrews who has the only other hit for the Blues today other than Ashlock, who led off this inning with a base knock. Trying to drive in his 4th run of the summer for the Blues and cut into this early Stompers lead. We're into the bottom of the 4th inning as he swings and misses at a first pitch slider. Good slider that started in the middle of the plate and then hovered out over the outside part, and Andrews was not able to keep the bat in the zone long enough.
I'm looking for a fastball. The first pitch I see, I'm going to get in a situation like this. I don't want to mess with that Moulton slider because it's looked good today. It's gotten some hitters fooled. Here we are in 0-1.
0-1, here it is. Another slider, that one out over the plate. And again, another 0-2 count. After giving up 2 base runners, a 0-2 count to Smith, an 0-2 count to Alves, and now an 0-2 count to Cam Andrews.
This is where baseball is hard. Do you sit slider again here, or do you hunt that fastball in a 2-strike count when you've already gotten 2 sweepers in a row?
See what it is. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball, but it misses away. A waste pitch from Moulton as the count at 1-2.
Yeah, if Moulton could just hone that pitch in just a little closer to the zone, that you might get a swing and a miss from Cam Andrews. Very enticing spot for that fastball.
Andrews, neutral stance, whacking the bat over that right shoulder in a 1-2 count with the bases loaded. Swings and flies that one into center field. This is going to be a tough play. Center fielder racing in. Second baseman Libby makes the grab to end the inning. The Blues leave ducks on the pond in the bottom of the 4th as they still trail it by 3 heading into the top half of the 5th inning. We'll see if it's a new pitcher, if Marcotte gets the nod for inning number 5 here on the SLO Blues streaming network. No, 4 strikeouts.
33.
What? Oh, yeah.
Landon Akers.
Back here, and it's a new pitcher for the San Luis Obispo Blues. It's Hunter Hammond, the Westmont man, making his 4th appearance of the summer. That was ball 1. To Landon Akers, arguably the dangerous hitter in this order. That one is a foul ball home run.
A cricket home run, if you will.
Give me 6 for that one. This is the first time Hunter Hammond is coming out of the bullpen this season. In his 3 starts, he's thrown 7 innings, given up 7 earned runs on 13 hits, 2 walks, and 5 batters struck out. Had a really rough start to the summer, but since then has bounced back through an inning of no-run ball last homestand as the 2-1 to Akers is swung on and fouled back and almost into the press box.
Yeah, last time he was out there, the Menlo Park Legends back on June 8th, 4 1/3 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, both earned, no walks and 2 strikeouts. Able to go a little more length for Dean Traynor, which we were all glad to see, and for certain Dean Traynor was happy to see. Didn't want to expend too much of that bullpen.
Here's the 2-2, misses up. And prior to that, he threw on the first against the Expos, where he started that game in a game where the Blues had 10 pitchers come in, and he no hits, no runs, 2 strikeouts. So he's been better since that ugly first start, as this one is lined right to Ardois for the first out of the inning.
Blues, just like this, it's like the road series against the Stompers have been keeping Akers at bay. An 0 for 3 day, he did reach on an error, but still, 0 for 3 for Landon Akers. They kind of did that too with Will Anderson at Menlo Park. They're easily the most dangerous hitter. They kept him quiet relatively for the first 3 or 2 games.
Here's McCann Libby as he watches strike 1 on the outer part of the plate. The 0-1 swung on and missed, strike 2. Slider there from Hunter Hammond. He finds himself way ahead, 2-0.
You're going to see a lot of those.
That one is popped in the air. Murillo will be under it this time and grab it for out number 2.
And what do you know, another slider from Hunter Hammond. It's really, he has more than 2 pitches. He'll have a changeup, occasionally maybe do a curveball, but just fastball slider mix from Hunter Hammond. And he's got a long wingspan. It comes across at 3/4. He really reels it back and hurls it across the plate. Kind of hard to pick up, and there's a lot of sweeping motion to it, too.
Here's Brady Shannon. A RBI triples last time up as that one is popped straight back. As fans track that one down, let's throw down for a hoedown at Sinsheimer this Thursday. Show up to the ballpark for the Blues game against the Arroyo Seco Saints in Western-themed attire. Get 50% off your ticket if you do. Giddy up to Western Night this Thursday, June 19th. Here's the 0-1. It's a called strike 2.
We got a bit of Western preview today as the gates opened. Played a lot of country music. I think there is an important distinction between Western and Southern culture, though. I feel like people mix that up.
Here's the 0-2, misses up and away. Please do tell.
Well, Western is more like cowboy, cactus, kicking down a saloon door. South is, you get the twangy a little bit, but it's swampier.
Here's the 1-2, flied in the air. Royal goes back into his left, now camps under it, makes the one-handed grab for the 3rd out of the inning. They go down in order for Hunter Hammond's first inning of work, as it'll be Murillo, Royal, and Ardois due up for the Blues as they look to strike back in the bottom of the 5th inning here on the Slow Blues streaming network. Here's Diego Murillo as he takes ball one from the new pitcher. It's Lucas Alonz. Righty Alanese works all the way from the right side of the rubber to the 9-hitter, as that one is fouled straight back to the netting. As there's a new 1-2 combo. Pitcher Alanese and the the catcher is Esteban Sepulveda. He's going to throw down the signs as Murillo squares down a bunt, but it's foul.
Alanese should ring a couple of bells to any returning Blues fans this summer, because 2 years ago he pitched for the Blues and had a 2-1 record, a 17 2/3 innings pitch, 14 walks to his 13 strikeouts, only 5 earned runs, a 2.60 earned run average. Unfortunately, his summer was cut short due to some elbow inflammation, which ended up being Tommy John surgery. So this is the first time that Alanese is back at Sinsheimer since being a Blue in 2023.
Here's the 1-2, swung on and chopped to Alanese. He's going to field it, flip it underhand to first. Keys will glove it for the first out of the inning.
And I'm trying to think, we only have one player from 2023, two.
Tollerman O'Hara.
And Robinson Lardner is here
yes.
too. So Alanese, I'm sure, connected with
a couple
them.
of familiar faces for sure. I mean, Dean is here
Dean,
as
of course,
well.
Renee. No Max Lober, the former pitching coach for the Blues.
Here's the first pitch to Royal. It's in the dirt. Was Tex here?
Tex was not here.
Yeah.
It was Steve Tolley, Arroyo Grande head baseball coach.
Swinging and missing. Ace is free to E.J. Royal.
And Alanese was gross. Pitched at Berkeley as well. And I remember in San Luis Obispo, his stuff was, the slider was sharp, fastball was heavy. Look out.
That slider, thank God it was heavy. Would have hit E.J. right in that same kneecap as it makes its way to the backstop, 2-1.
This past season at Berkeley, a year to forget with his 12 ERA and 8 2/3.
That one misses up and in, 3-0. E.J. walked and then was stranded at first in the third inning. Ardois stands on deck. He's 0 for 2. Here's the 3-1. Ball 4. E.J. Royal draws walks and back-to-back plate appearances. The Blues are just looking to claw back into this game. The bats have not been there so far in today's game, especially with runners in scoring position. The Blues are 0 for 3 in those scenarios. EJ not in scoring position yet, but Ardois trying to get him there.
Yeah, just over halfway through this game, the Blues have left 5 runners on base in total, and EJ just continuing to collect walks. Hey, just need base runners, base runners, base runners. Traffic is how you get it going.
Ardois squares to bunt, throw back to first. Tag was not applied by the first baseman Keys. It was a ball to Ardois. We talked about on the pregame show, the number you want to be at for extra base hits in a game is 3. The Blues, over halfway through this game, have 0. They don't even have 3 hits total. As Ardois swings, it's hit and run. E.J. Royal, he rounds second. He's heading for third. Getting the wave from Regalado as Ardois is going to be into second base. Here's the throw. It's cut off. E.J. Royal scores on a spice double.
A little extra flavor going the opposite way on that Oppo taco. Going where it's pitched. Sam Ardois has done such a good job of that this summer. Past year in San Luis Obispo was a very big pull side hitter. And I love to see him go the opposite way. And that is a telltale sign for any hitter of any handedness. Going the opposite way with the pitch with some thump. That's what Ardois did. That's a healthy sign. First run of the day for the Blues. First extra base hit, too.
Yeah, I think he heard me harping on the bats and was like, watch this, Ryan. Don't you worry. As here comes Ashlock, who has extra base hit power as well. Ardois, a sizable lead from second as Ashlock stares at ball 1. Ashlock 1 for 1, a base hit, a stolen base, and a walk so far in this game. Was stranded both times. at first and third respectively. As a changeup misses low. And what's been interesting, this is the second pitcher that Ashlock has seen. All 3 first pitches to Ashlock are sliders. Do not want to come at him with the fastball. That's the pitch he likes to hit. Up ahead in a 2-0 count, slider changeup so far in this at-bat. Here's the pitch. This one's a fastball, but it misses way off the plate. And Ashlock's ahead 3-0.
Ashlock trying to rack up those extra base hit numbers. If I told you that he only has a double and a triple on this season, you'd think I'm crazy, but those are the actual numbers just on how hard he hits the baseball alone.
3-0 right down the middle for a called strike. And he's hitting the ball really hard. And all 15 of his hits are probably, most of them are 85-plus mile an hour. They're just right at the outfielders. He hasn't been able to find the gaps or down the line, really, other than twice. Here's the 3-1, a pitch that was right there but misses high. Ball 4 to Mason Ashlock, his second walk of the evening and the 3rd straight base runner for the Blues.
3rd straight plate appearance where Ashlock has reached safely, and the Blues got some motion. Don Jordan knows how to clean it up with the best of them. Got runners on first and second, some pretty solid speed from Ardois at second, and Ashlock the same thing over at first, as pitching coach Nunez comes out to talk to Lucas Alanis after allowing 3 straight base runners following the 3-1 putout to Diego Murillo.
Last time John Jordan was in this building, he went 3 for 5. 3 singles, a couple runs scored, a stolen base.
Dog of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you are mistaken because we gave it to Gavin Smith, who had the walk-off single.
Yes.
That was the game where we were debating between him, Comerford, Smith, and Ardois. And we wanted to give it to Ardois because he had the homer, he had an RBI base hit, another base hit, and then he scored the tying run in the 11th inning. A walk-off single, you got to give it to Gavin Smith.
That was such a cool moment.
Yeah. Yeah, has been a 2-time Dog of the Day winner and a 1-time Player of the Week winner. As E.J. Royal was named the Player of the Week this last weekend. As both runners take off, it's a hit and run. Jordan chops it to third, but it's foul.
Yeah, just inches away from that ball being fair and Handren not being able to have a play on it. Both runners got a really good jump going off to their bases, but they'll have to retreat back.
Nate and I will be talking about EJ's performance on the road trip on our next podcast episode, which you can expect sometime next week. Episode 2 just dropped yesterday. We had Brendan Comerford on, played a fun game with him. Nate and I made our College World Series predictions as Ardois is picked off at second base.
Ardois just kind of got caught in the middle there. A couple of aggressive shuffles on his secondary. Got caught in no man's land, and Alanis with a really nice A move picking over to second base. And that's a big out here for Sonoma. No more runner in scoring position. It's Ashlock all the way at first for Don Jordan.
See if Ashlock decides to take off now. Don Jordan behind 0-1 as he scissor kicks that one straight back into the netting. Yeah, but make sure you go check out that podcast episode if you haven't yet. It's a fun episode. Nate and I talk some Blues baseball, and I mentioned we get into the College World Series, which Nate and I have been following very closely.
My picks aren't aging well.
No, not at all. Here's the 0-2 to Jordan. In the dirt, Ashlock decided not to go. A good block there from the new catcher in Sepulveda.
Yeah, you can find the podcast on YouTube on this very channel that you are listening and watching this game on. The Orange Row Podcast.
Here's the 1-2. Misses low and away. Looked like a changeup to me. 2-2. Yeah, I think it was obviously Nate and I were new to the podcast game, especially with this one. I think every episode is just going to continue to get better. We had some new graphics, a new intro for this episode. As here's the 2-2 swung on and ripped through the 5-5 hole. A base hit for Don Jordan with 2 outs as he gives an opportunity to Gavin Smith with a runner on.
I hate to play the what-if game, but if Ardois isn't picked off at second base, you have a bases-loaded situation for Gavin Smith. I know he hasn't been the most successful hitter for the Blues this year, but you put him in a situation where if he comes through, it feels really big, especially when the tying run is now at first base and would be at second if Ardois was at third.
Gavin Smith swings and rips that first pitch fastball into left field. Getting the wave at third is Ashlock. The throw is cut off. The Blues get another run back in the bottom of the fifth inning on a Gavin Smith single.
Again, I hate playing the what-if game. The game is tied if you're not picked off at second. But let's look at the positive. Rene Regalado continues to be aggressive as the third base coach. I was sort of iffy on that send to Ashlock. A bigger move is that the cutoff was received by Handren. I thought he was going to let that go and roll with Sepulveda behind the dish, but he caught it, and it gave some time for Ashlock to score.
Blues now trail by just one with the tying run in scoring position as Tollerman stares at strike one. Tollerman 0 for 2 in today's game, but the last time he played 13 days ago was against the Stompers team where he went 2 for 4 with a double and a home run as he swings and misses a big swing at that one, and quickly it is 0-2. Easily the Blues' best inning at the plate so far in this game with their 2 runs. So far they have 3 hits as Tollerman swings and fouls that one off the glove of the catcher Zapoleta.
Well, and here's a guy too in Zach Tollerman that is starting to show his power numbers in the summer league. A lot of times in the spring he's been able to lift the baseball, but for some reason at Sinsheimer that hasn't been the case. We're starting to see that take shape, and it's pretty exciting here, especially when you have a runner in scoring position.
Wind blowing mostly out a little right to left. Here's the 1-2. It's chopped on the ground. Going to be a tough play for Handren, but he gets it on the run and tosses it over to Keys, and the inning is over. However, the Blues do get 2 runs, an Ardois double and a Gavin Smith single. Cut the lead to just 1 for the Sonoma Stompers here on the Slow Blues streaming network. The Blues scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th, and that might not even be the most exciting thing that's happened here at the ballpark today, as somebody made it in the bucket for the tennis ball toss.
Unbelievable.
First one of the season.
Love it.
Shepler will lead off, followed by Sebastiani and Keys. Those are the 3 due up. It's 6, 7, 8 as the first pitch to the designated hitter. Shepler is a ball on the outer half of the plate. I mentioned the Blues got 2 back in the 5th. Much needed runs after trailing 3-0 for the entirety of this game. Gave Hammond a pretty nice rest over there in the dugout as well after he went 1-2-3 in the 5th. Here's the 1-1 to Shepler. It's swung on and missed. Pulled the string on that one. Not a pitch you see all that often from Hammond, but right there drops the changeup and gets Shepler looking silly out in front of that one. A 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Hunter Hammond, 4 up, 4 down for the kid out of Westmont.
That's a really good changeup. We've talked about how he's usually a fastball slider guy. I want to start introducing the combio a little bit more, pulling the string effectively against Shepler, a former Big Ten hitter at Ohio State.
Here's Nick Sebastiani, homegrown in Sonoma, as he watches strike 1. First played for the Stompers, get this, Nate, 4 years ago. A rising junior in high school at the time. He was a pitcher for the Blues, or for the Stompers, pardon me, as he quickly looks at 2 strikes, both sliders, both on the outer part of the plate.
Loyalty. We got one of those, too. We got Zach Tellerman in the house.
Yeah, played a couple of games as he watches a ball on the outer part. Played a couple of games. One of those situations where, you just have guys who are still funneling in from college and you just need people to play. And at the time, he was a phenom in the Sonoma area, going to Sonoma Valley High School. His 1-2 is chopped to third. Charging it and then stopping on a dime is Alves. His throw to Tollerman is low, but caught for the second out of the inning. 5-3 put out as Hunter Hammond rolling. 5 straight put down after Marcotte gave up 2 in the first and then 1 in the third. 7 straight batters have gone down in order.
That's a good recovery by Brady Alves over at third, too. Looks like he kind of bobbled the baseball a little bit. He kept the nerves down. He got the grip correct, and he shuffled and threw to first in time.
First pitch to Keys is driven high and deep to right, but Jordan will camp under it. Has to shift over to his right at the end to make the grab. A 1-2-3 inning once again for Hunter Hammond as the Blues bats are back up there and they're hot here in the bottom of the 6th inning. As I remind you that this half inning is brought to you by Educational Employees Credit Union.
You just want to complimentary tasting for 4 and field recordings.
New pitcher in for the Stompers after Alanese gave up 2 runs in the 5th. His day is done, as it's going to be Ryan Seo, one of 2 Seos on this team for the Stompers against Brady Alves.
Well, plenty of relation there.
Alves squares the bunt and foul tips it into the mitt of the catcher Sepulveda. Seo, a Titan from Fullerton, the sidewinder, originally from Sacramento, California. Stands at 5'11", 180 and throws that one outside to Alves.
And the first time the Blues faced Ryan Sale was in Game 1 of that road series against Sonoma, and he shoved against the Blues. 3 innings of work, 4 hits, 7 strikeouts, and 1 walk.
Swinging and missing at that slider is Alves, and he was not happy with himself. That's a pitch he wanted to mash.
It just kind of floats in there for such a long time. Just kind of spinning around the strike zone and just boom, breaking at the last second.
That slider misses away, 2-2. This year with the Titans, he threw 17 innings. Gave up 13 hits in those innings, 13 walks, 15 strikeouts, only 4 earned runs, 2 of which came against UC Irvine and 1 against Oregon State, both teams who were ranked most of the season. As here's the 2-2, and that one is flared into foul ground. Might be playable for Keys as he ranges over, and it'll trickle into the Blues bullpen.
Congratulations to whoever.
Oregon State, who is in the College World Series as well.
The other earned run he gave up was to UC Davis. I would consider that a successful year. If I give up 4 earned runs and half of them are to, or sorry, 3/4 of them are to nationally ranked teams, win.
Yeah.
Win.
And Seo's stuff is filthy, too. That slider is so gross, and he'll mix it in with a cutting fastball, too.
So tough from that 3/4 spot, as that one was a sinker.
Talk about tunneling. This is the king of tunneling right here. You get a fastball with sinker action coming out of the same slot as a slider, breaking away from right-handed hitters, whereas the sinker's going to break in on him.
He's throwing 87 from that arm slot too, so it's not like he's lobbing it in there like you might see from some other sidewinders. As that sinker clips Brady Alves on the shoulder. Brady Alves gets hit by a pitch to lead off the inning. Cam Andrews comes up with a runner on base.
Hey, you'll take it.
Yeah.
This represents the tying run over at first. Brady Alves will wear that every single day of the week, 24/7.
Especially in a 2-strike count. You'll take that all day long.
Yep.
Alves is a guy with good speed. He has 3 stolen bases on the season. I think that number would be higher. He's just had a hard time getting on base early in this year. 7 walks, 3 hit by pitches now, and 2 hits in his 40 plate appearances. Here's Cam Andrews, who stares at a slider for ball 1. I think what's going to be big against Seo for these Blues hitters is not swinging at that slider, recognizing it out of the hand, and if it's starting in the middle of the plate or further away, you just got to take it. A move to first is not in time. Alves slides back head first.
This is why I love our job, because we don't have to face that slider.
No.
We could just say, don't swing at it.
Don't swing at it, man. Just read it out of the hand. It's so easy. And don't swing. The 1-0. That one is the sinker, and it's swung on and missed. Stay tuned, because Nate and I will not be seeing any sliders tomorrow. However, we will be hitting batting practice.
If the right person is throwing BP. Hope you won't see a slider.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Seo comes set. Here's the 1-1 way outside. That one frisbeed a little more than some of his other sliders. I was telling Nate, so who was it that said that he thought you were going to hit 3 tanks tomorrow?
That was my good friend Charlie Caruso.
Yeah, Charlie Caruso's optimistic, I think.
Love him for that.
I think you'll get 1. But your 1 is going to be like Newt, I think.
Really?
Like
Newt?
You'll just catch a barrel and send one over the C trains as that one is chopped on the ground to third. A double play ball. Libby to Broadman to first. Double play. 4-6-3 for the Stompers.
That's a pretty big double play right there. You get cooking with a hit by pitch and a runner on first, a leadoff 3 pass, if you will. It's immediately erased by that double play ball. That one hurts in the gut a little bit for the Blues.
Bat boy Brendan Comerford will get the bat for the Blues. Let's talk about this batting practice a little bit more. I think you'll hit one, but I think it'll be like a good 375.
See, I've done BP the past 2 seasons with the Blues, at least once. And I feel like I've caught barrel on some, and I'm like, this is gone. And it hits the top of the wall.
Well, the wind is blowing different than it was last year when we hit beeps.
True.
That's why I didn't hit any out last year.
That's what it is.
Swinging and missing is Murillo to even up the count at 1-1.
It wasn't the jam shot into center. That didn't do it.
Those of you who don't know, I hit tanks.
Ryan's a good athlete, though. We play rec sports together, and Ryan at quarterback is very athletic. I'm serious.
Yeah, no.
And with swinging the bat and throwing, he plays short on our softball team. It looks good. I mean,
fielding has always been my forte. I've never been a great hitter. I mean, my career ended 7 years ago now, so it's been a while.
That's where mine ended.
Back at the end of World War II is when yours ended, Nate. Murillo finds himself in a deuces wild count to Seo, who got the ground ball double play as that one is flared foul off to the right. We'll do it again. But I think you'll get one out. The wind is blowing right to left this year. It was actually blowing straight out during batting practice today. So I think you'll catch a nice little wind. You're going to hit the ball really hard, but it'll catch a nice wind stream and just keep moving it.
No, I need that wind stream.
Yeah. I will be very happy if I could roll one to the wall. I would be so ecstatic if I don't ground out and whiff every single time. Here's the 2-2, misses away. And, I feel bad sometimes. The last year when we took beeps, I remember my first round, I bunted 2 balls and then I whiffed on 2 in a row. And I'm like, there's Division I athletes just watching a guy whiff as they're trying to get ready for a game.
The broadcaster whiff.
Here's the full count, and Murillo takes ball 4 down. So while Nate and I were chopping it up about our batting practice, Murillo has himself a good at-bat and gets a 2-out walk.
Well, and again, playing the what-if game, you don't have that ground ball and maybe a bases-loaded situation, barring the double play. But, got to start back somewhere. 2-out rally. Diego Murillo, this is why he's in that kind of second leadoff spot. He's hit leadoff before for the Blues, and he's come in to pinch hit for E.J. Royal before, so he kind of can act as that leadoff guy, a big, on-average, on-base person. So now you give it to the actual leadoff man in Royal, who has walked twice today.
I think E.J. will be swinging away here as he watches a slider out over the plate and swinging with a purpose. Murillo, good speed, would love to get an extra base hit and bring Murillo around to score. He's also a guy, though, who's not going to swing at pitches outside of the zone. He'll draw a walk and let Ardois handle the business as a move over to first. Almost had Murillo leaning, but he dives back safely.
EJ's got 3 extra base hits on the season so far, 2 doubles and a home run. And that pickoff move from Seo is deadly. He got that over there quickly.
Yeah. Weird. He doesn't throw it from the sidearm slot like he does his pitches. It's more over the top, which is something you don't always see from sidewinders. Sometimes they step off and they still throw it sidearm.
Big guy I think of at Arizona State, Lucas Kelly, a transfer from Texas A&M, would do that. Completely sidewinding that pickoff move at first. It would work.
Another move over to first. This one almost applied the tag in time. Murillo snuck the right hand in there.
These are close moves over to first base. Very quick from Ryan Seo.
Doesn't surprise me. He's very quick to the plate as well. Not an easy thing to do when throwing from the arm slot. He does, as Royal waits on that slider just a little too long and fouls it back and over the Blues dugout.
It's kind of a herky-jerky delivery, and it's sidewinding, but it's not like there's low velocity to it, because typically when you see that kind of stuff, the herky-jerky and the sidewinder, you get low velo. But, 87, 88, that's nothing to turn your head on.
No, not at all. Very tough to throw there from sidewinders. That one is chopped to the left. It's going to be a base hit. Murillo is just going to stop at second base. 2-out hit for E.J. Royal. Back-to-back base runners with 2 outs. And now it's Ardois who got the party started in the 5th with his RBI double.
And there you go, EJ. Just keep the line moving. 2 outs don't matter. Start back at the top. You got a runner in scoring position. And your 2-hole hitter, Ardois, who's seeing it well. Blues are right where they want to be, except for the 2 outs.
EJ just such a veteran presence at the top of the order. His approach, I have to think, with a runner on first and 2 outs, 0-0, until you get to 2 strikes, is swing hard, find a gap. And he gets into his 2-strike count, and he just finds a place to move to get the line moving. As Ardois will stare at a first pitch sinker. It's really just so refreshing to see out of the leadoff spot. He's just so smart and can change his approach on a dime if needed. Had a rough year at Utah Tech, but looking for a new place to call home. And with his 400 average in the summer, it's going to be hard for teams to look away from him. Here's the 0-1, and Spice swings and misses.
If you're going to swing on a slider, that would be the one. The least amount of sweeping we've seen from Seo so far today. Just want a tighter slider, and I think Ardois saw that. That's why he saw that hack, I think just a little too late on it.
It's almost like he's throwing a slider and a sweeper, 2 different pitches. So here's the 0-2. That one was a sinker. This is away. Ardois is tied for the lead on the team in extra base hits now after his double in the last inning. However, he has just 31 at-bats. He's tied with Don Jordan as he swings and misses for strike 3. Blues cannot get it back. A double play that killed a inning starting hit by pitch, a walk, base hit, and a strikeout to end the inning. We are 2/3 of the way through the game. Nate Mills will take you the last third. Blues will look to bounce back, down 3-2 on the Slow Blues streaming network.
Top of the 7th inning, final third of this ball game. The Blues trail 3-2 against the Sonoma Stompers. Leading it off, it's Luke Duncan. And check that, a new catcher came in, Sepulveda, in for Luke Duncan. Esteban Sepulveda making his first hacks today. And the first pitch from Hunter Hammond misses downstairs for ball 1. Duncan's day is done after going 1 for 2, a single in the 4th inning, and a ground out to the shortstop Ardois in the 2nd. So now it's Sepulveda batting 9th today. 1-0. And Sepulveda dribbles it into the backstop for strike one.
After throwing 4 innings, Marcotte, the starter, came out, and Hunter Hammond has come in and recorded 6 straight outs.
Sepulveda swings and fouls it at home plate for strike two.
And I think, Hunter Hammond still in this game has some opportunities for this to change, but I think he has gotten better in every single appearance we've seen him so far this summer. He's just improved little by little, and now is becoming a really good arm for the Blues.
I would agree. Here's Sepulveda on the 1-2. This is high and inside for ball two. Esteban is from Pepperdine University, a rising sophomore from Lancaster, California. In his first year with the Waves last year, a .303 batting average, 20 hits. He swings and misses here for strike three. Hunter Hammond with his second strikeout of the day, and it leads off the top half of the 7th inning.
After struggling really in the first 3 innings, the Blues have recorded the 1 through 9 batters, all outs in a row, since giving up those 3 runs.
So now it's the leadoff man, Colton Boardman. Boardman leaves high for ball one. Colton today 0 for 2. Unassisted put out at first, and a 3-1 put out in the 4th. He also walked to lead off this game and came around to score. Boardman flinches, but it misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Colton from Las Vegas, Nevada. And speaking of Nevada, we had a Nevada resident come into SLO today, 2-0. Misses high, 3 straight balls from Hammond. Sebastian Lopez returns to the Blues for his 2nd straight summer. Grew up in San Luis Obispo, but moved to Vegas later in life. Made his return to the Central Coast today, and he is so happy to be here. 3-0. Missing well outside, a 4-pitch walk to Colton Boardman, following a strikeout to Esteban Sepulveda. So now 1 out and a runner on first base for Hunter Hammond.
Not what I would have expected from Hammond after recording 7 straight outs, including 2 strikeouts, a 4-pitch walk to the leadoff hitter. Not what I would have not what I thought would have happened.
And that's baseball for you. Can kind of flip on a dime. Can never predict what happens next as Max Handren comes in now. I'm sure Handren couldn't have predicted what would have happened in his career, where he has 3 years of COVID eligibility. Pick over the first, and Boardman's back in time. Went to St. Bonaventure his first season of college baseball, where Gavin Constantine, a current Blue, goes to school. Shut down, got a COVID year there. Went to Santa Rosa Junior College, got a COVID year there. As the pitch misses low and inside, 1-0 to Handren. And then California Junior Colleges released a rule, you get 2 COVID years. So he has 1 from St. Bonaventure and 2 from Santa Rosa JC. He will not be exercising that 7th year of eligibility. 1-0. Misses high, 2 balls and no strikes. 6 straight balls from Hunter Hammond.
A guy who played with the Stompers when I was there 2 years ago. Familiar face. He has played really well for Cal since going there in 2023, including a 280 season last year and 207 at-bats.
That includes a walk-off home run, too. Slugging has stayed in the higher 400s, above 450 each year. High 300s, touching 400 and on base. That's a good college career. He takes strike one here on the 2-0 count. A pitch nibbling the bottom half of the zone, 2-1. We talked with some of the media members of Sonoma as well, and he's flirting with some time in the Frontier League, some independent league baseball. The pitch misses inside, 3-1. Hammond's command really starting to wane here in the 7th inning. 21 walks to his 42 strikeouts this past season at Berkeley. 3-1, and he swings and misses at a high fastball here for strike 2.
All right, Nate, you always play this game with me, and I can only do this because SRJC is 30 minutes from my hometown. But do you know their mascot?
No way.
Am I going to get you?
You might.
It's 2 words.
Payoff pitch, and he pops it up off the hands in a shallow right field. The runner, Boardman, was deked out at second, and Royal dives and can't make the play. So it's a base hit, a pop-up, and a shallow right. Some lack of communication from Murillo and Royal. Good hustle from Royal, though, but no avail. A one-out single, a weird-looking single at that, puts runners at first and second.
Yeah, Murillo just never saw it. It got lost up in the sky, and he just couldn't see it. Royal gave his everything to get there.
I think Murillo was busy trying to trick Boardman into thinking a ball was coming right at him, and he was going to tag him right away in the middle of a deke. But he couldn't adjust. I'm still thinking about that mascot. First pitch to Akers as Boardman takes off to third. It will only be Boardman over at third base. Max Handren stays at first, and Colton Boardman now at third on the stolen base attempt.
Yeah, Handren not known for speed, so Andrews was waiting to throw it to second to try to get the out there, but he didn't go.
Pitch underneath the feet of Andrews, and that allows Handren now to get to second base. An inning that started off so promising with a strikeout to Sepulveda has quickly turned on its ugly head here. Runners on second and third. One out. Blues already trailing by one to the Stompers. Infield playing in. The 1-1 is hit off the hands and into the Stompers bullpen for strike two. Handren at second and Boardman at third. It's Landon Akers at the dish, the Stompers' best hitter. Here's the 1-2. Akers lines it down the left field line and into the bullpen, caught by a pitcher. Nice play. We'll do it again at 1-2.
That one's out of bounds. There are 3 foul balls.
I'm trying, Ryan.
It's 2 words,
Is Perry's Vineyard.
but neither word is like an adjective. They both have to do with the mascot.
1-2. Akers throws out his barrel and it gets underneath Artois' glove and short, a base hit. 1 run is in. The throw goes to second base. A 2 RBI single with the infield in, and the Stompers extend 5-2.
That's a ball with the infield in that you just would love to be able to field. It was just hitting the perfect spot that Artois could not get there in time, but it was hit so soft that Ashlock had no play at the plate.
It was a desperate attempt, too, to make contact with the baseball. Akers just kind of threw his bat at it, and it ended up in the perfect location. So now a 5-2 game following the 2 RBI single from Akers. And it's McCann Libby with a runner on first now. Libby is 0 for 1 today with a couple of walks. The Grape Mashers. 1-0 is fouled in straight back to the backstop. Grape Stompers. Grape Mashers.
No.
I know they're red.
Yeah.
It's red and black.
Yeah, it's like red and like navy blue,
Oh, okay.
and then black is like the third color.
Pick over to first, not in time to get Akers. I had a teammate at Palomar College who transferred from Santa Rosa Junior College, and I'm trying to remember gear he would wear.
It's an animal.
1-1. And it's taken strike on the outer half.
But again, like it's not like a describing word about the animal. It is just 2 words, an animal.
Okay, what? I get one more guess.
Yeah. There's 2 outs left in this inning, half inning.
1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Hunter
one.
Hammond gets Libby on the slider for the second out of the frame.
Number 2183, 2183 is the number. If that's you.
Yeah, this is nuts. Here's Brady Shannon, 1 for 3 today, an RBI triple back in the third. Burnt Don Jordan out in right field, and it rolled all the way to the wall. My intuition tells me that this animal has nothing to do with Sonoma. First pitch to Shannon well outside for ball 1.
No, not really. You might occasionally see this animal in Sonoma County, but like, no.
Prairie dogs.
No. They're the bear cubs.
Nah, I'm not even mad.
Yeah.
1-0. Ropes it down the left field line and out of play.
Well, they have Roscoe, which is the name of their mascot, Roscoe the bear cub. He's a pretty well-known mascot, which is why I thought maybe you would be able to get that, but it was also a JC.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's within my realm. I mean, I played against other junior colleges. There's a runner at first in Akers, and Brady Shannon up. Akers takes off to second base, and this one bounces into left field for a base hit. Akers rounding second and heading into third. Landon Akers goes first to third on a 2-out base hit from Brady Shannon, his second hit of the day.
promising start to the inning, but since it's just been stompers all over, three hits in the last 4 at-bats for the Stompers. Blues still have a chance, or 1 out away from getting out of this against Shepler.
Again, another perfectly placed ground ball between two infielders, and Alves and Artois. Neither of them could really do anything about it. It took a big hop as it went into the outfield, too. Here's Anthony Shepler, whose first pitch swinging and off the hand sends it into the back netting for strike 1. Shepler, an Ohio State transfer. Limited action with the Buckeyes this past season, now in the transfer portal. As a senior, batted .337 with 31 hits, 10 doubles, 7 bombs, and 37 RBIs in high school at San Marin. This one's a called strike, 0-2 now to Shepler. A Novato native, standing in at 6 foot, 210 pounds. Hasn't put a lot of damage on the Blues in this series between the two. He's 0 for 2 today. Shepler swings and misses for strike 3. So the Stompers stand 2 runners on, but not before a 2 RBI single from Landon Akers. It's a 5-2 ball game. Bottom half of the 7th we go. Time to stretch. Slow Blues Streaming Network. Bottom of the 7th inning is brought to you by Educational Employees Credit Union, proudly serving the Central Coast. EECU is located in Paso Robles and can be found at myeecu.org. Experience smarter banking at Educational Employees Credit Union. Mason Ashlock, Don Jordan, and Gavin Smith drew up to face the new arm Kyle Seo, as the first pitch is a changeup in there for a strike to Ashlock. Ryan, Kyle's brother, his day is done. 1 inning of work, 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, and a singular strikeout. Now it's Seo on the 0-1 as Ashlock pops it up and sends it back out of play for strike 2. Seo from Sacramento City College, home of the Panthers, looking for a new university, hopefully following his brother in Ryan at Cal State Fullerton. Here's Ashlock in a 2-strike count. Blues trail 5-2 following a 2 RBI single from Akers. Ashlock spits on a fastball outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. This past season, Kyle Seo made 15 appearances for the Panthers, 18 innings pitched, 20 hits, 10 earned runs, 17 walks, and 17 strikeouts. Here's Ashlock with the golden bat with a slightly open stance in the batter's box. 1-2 is a called strike on the outer half for strike 3. 5th time today, the Blues have been sat down via strikes, and it leads off the bottom half of the 7th inning.
We talked about the strikeout numbers in the pregame show. 5 is a good number. I would say, let's see if you agree, Nate. I would say 8 or less, 9 or less. That's a pretty good place to be.
For Blue standards, I'd say yes.
Yeah. Once you hit double digits, that's when it gets a little iffy.
So here's Don Jordan with 1 out now. Jordan had a base hit the last time he was up, and he takes strike 1 here. 1 for 2 today, a ground out to the second baseman, Libby, and he also walked in the 4th inning, has been stranded on second base both times he's reached today. From the stretch, here's the 0-1. And Jordan swings, weakly pops it up to the right, in foul ground, Keys circles it, and makes the one-handed grab for the second out of the inning. Don Jordan pops out, Mason Ashlock strikes out, and there's 2 gone for Gavin Smith.
Making quick work of the Blues after getting 2 runs in the 7th. Blues need to put it in second gear right here and get some runs across. They only got 7 more outs to do so.
And slowly running out of time against the Sonoma Stompers. The series split between these two at a game apiece. Here's Gavin Smith with 2 outs. And Smith swings and sends it into right field, and it will be caught by Shannon, who played it easily coming into the infield. Easy 3 up, 3 down for Kyle Seo, and that will bring it over to the bottom third of the Stompers order in the top of the 8th inning. Blues trail 5-2 on Slow Blue Streaming Network. New pitcher in to replace Hunter Hammond in the top half of the 8th inning, where the Blues trail 5-2 against the Sonoma Stompers. Hammond's day is done after 3 innings of work, and it's Chase Rogers facing Nick Sebastiani, Trent Keys, and Esteban Sepulveda. Hammond went 3 innings of work, 5 hits, or check that, 3 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, a walk and 4 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1, and it misses low but inside. Nick Sebastiani, who's hitless today, 0 for 3. Rogers making his 5th appearance for the Blues. In 5 innings of work, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 2 strikeouts, and no walks. 2-1 now to Sebastiani, who has struck out today, grounded into a double play, and grounded out to the third baseman Alves in the 6th inning. Blues trailing 5-2. The lead was just extended after a Landon Akers 2 RBI single in the top half of the 7th inning. 2-1. And Sebastiani watches a changeup missing below the zone. Not by much, though. 3 balls and 1 strike to the left fielder batting 7th.
That kind of looked like a strike to me. I think Cam Andrews thought the same thing. He held it there for a second or two. Tried to get his pitcher the call.
3-1. And Sebastiani spits on that one. Low and outside, and it's ball 4. A leadoff walk to Sebastiani. The first walk Chase Rogers has allowed all summer.
And he might have got robbed there on back-to-back pitches. Those were both very, very close.
So here's Trent Keys, 0 for 2 today. A strikeout swinging in the second, was hit by a pitch in the fourth, and flew out to Jordan in right field. Keys, the left-handed hitting first baseman, calls time and disengages from the batter's box. Keys redshirted his first season at San Jose State this past year, entering his redshirt sophomore season with the Spartans. A physical specimen at 6'3", 210 pounds. Move over at first. There's no throw to Tolliman. Rogers dangles his right arm as he comes set. From the stretch, here's the first pitch to Keys, and it misses outside, ball 1. Trent competed in the Future Start Series Combine, which is located in Lake Charles, Louisiana, down the street from where Sam Arjois grew up. The 1-0, and Keys misses inside, 2 balls and no strikes. And Trent also played for the Walnut Creek, for the Humboldt Crabs. I got my crustaceans mixed up. The Humboldt Crabs this past summer visited San Luis Obispo a couple years ago, the 2-0. And Keys swings and sends it straight back for strike 1. The Crabs are worth noting because the way they go about playing baseball is pretty similar to the Blues in that the stadium theatrics are A1. They love throwing their parties. They love doing their fun tennis ball toss, whatever, relay race, what have you. Keys swings and misses for strike 2. And their fans travel incredibly well. They have a maybe harsh, but a cult of fans that come all the way down from Eureka to San Luis Obispo or wherever to watch their Crabs play. 2-2 is weakly popped up, but it's high into left center field. Royal sprints and camps under it to make the grab for the first out of the 8th inning.
I remember when the Crabs came and played in Sonoma. I don't remember if it was my first or second year, but I remember the crowd you're talking about that traveled really well. Should also note that the Stompers are another team, one of the only other CCL teams that puts on a little show at the games like the Blues do. I might say after being there for 2 years. It's a good production, but nothing like what the Blues do here.
First pitch to Sepulveda misses high and outside, 1-0. To the new catcher who replaced Luke Duncan after a 1 for 2 day. Sepulveda struck out swinging the first time he was up. A Pepperdine wave as a runner takes off to second. The throw from the knees from Andrews, one hops the bag and it doesn't get there in time. A stolen base for Nick Sebastiani puts a runner in scoring position for the Stompers in the top of the 8th. Good jump from Sebastiani. Andrews tried to gun him down from the knees. The throw just a little too short in front of the bag, and it was a tough pick for Murillo. Luckily, the ball didn't kick away too far. It'd be an extra free 90 feet for Sebastiani. So it's still Sepulveda, runner at second base, and a 1-1 count from Rogers. Pitch is a whistling slider swung on and missed for strike 2. Sepulveda, his Spotify is linked in his Instagram bio, Ryan, and
okay.
I actually listened to some of his music. He really likes R&B and disco and oldies. I respect that.
Yeah, that's a good mix.
Big Michael Jackson fan. Loves MJ. 1-2. And Sepulveda takes a pitch that looked awfully close to me, but it's inside, 2-2. He has a whole playlist on his Spotify called Mike. And it's a couple hours long of Michael Jackson's discography.
I respect it.
Yeah.
Love for the game right there.
Yeah. As a rising sophomore in college, able to respect Michael Jackson, it's huge. 2-2. Sepulveda sends this one straight back out of play. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
See, man, I don't know if I would give Ox 2 at a party, but in the car, you got it.
I did listen to his party playlist, though, and he's got an extensive house playlist as well.
Okay, I'm not a big house guy.
Really?
Yeah, which is weird. The slow scene is very big in house.
Yes. 2-2. Sepulveda checks his swing. They appeal. It didn't go around. Full count now to Esteban Sepulveda, your future DJ, your next outing. Like to see him on those turntables. He's got a lot of in-your-feels songs, too.
Okay.
It made me want to approach him after the game or before the game. Is everything okay?
He's a Padres fan, too, man.
Sure is. Payoff pitch. Sepulveda pops it up. Murillo moonwalks to it and makes the two-handed grab for the second out of the inning. So 2 pop-up outs here in the 8th inning. We'll flip it to the top of the order. And Colton Boardman. Boardman 0 for 2 with a pair of walks today. Has scored both times he's reached.
The shortstop, Colton Boardman.
Runner on second. Stompers up 5-2 over the Blues. As something got in Boardman's eye, he calls timeout. The left-hander digs back in. We're ready to go. The righty Chase Rogers comes set as the wind blows out to left field with 2 outs. Peak at second. Here's the first pitch. Well outside for ball 1. Boardman has done his job as a leadoff hitter today, walking in 2 different plate appearances and scoring both of those times. 1 on an error from Artois at short and 1 on a 2 RBI single from Landon Akers. The 1-0. Another miss outside from Chase Rogers. 2 balls and no strikes to Boardman. Rogers trying to locate that sweeper. As a 3-quarter delivery guy, that's typically a pitch that you like to see, whether it's from the right or from the left, and it's just not biting as much as Rogers would like. 2-0. And this is a slider in there for a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike to Boardman. And Boardman last season played summer ball with the Ohio Warhawks in the Midwest after graduating from Bishop Gorman High School. And he gets hit on the back foot here from a slider here. Hit by pitch from Chase Rogers, the second hit by pitch from the Blues staff today. Puts runners at first and second with 2 out. And again, the leadoff man doing his job, getting on base, or at least in old school terms.
I mean, regardless if you want a new school type leadoff or an old school guy, he's working it today. On base 3 times, you'll take that out of a leadoff batter, regardless of your style of play.
There's been many debates about how to construct a lineup. Do you put your best hitter leadoff? Do you bat him second? I'd bat him second. As Max Handren, the 2-hole hitter, almost got hit by a pitch here, but it gets away from Andrews. 2 runners on base, move another 90 feet up, now 2 in scoring position.
I think I would do the same thing. It's so tough for the Blues, though, I feel like, because when you look at their lineup today, you got 4 guys who are just boppers. But, I wouldn't put Ashlock hit second. I would probably put him 3 or 4. I'd keep EJ 1. I could maybe put Don Jordan in the 2-hole.
There is an interesting psychology with the 4-hole hitter that I always think about as the 1-0 is grounded foul to the right.
I feel like I want my 3 best hitters to all hit in the first inning.
Yes.
Regardless.
But it's funny because sometimes the appropriate 4-hole hitter doesn't match the demographic of a 4-hole hitter, meaning he isn't a 6'5", burly, can squeeze the sawdust off a bat guy. They don't always look like that, and that's been the tradition in baseball for years, and it's tough to shake when you look at the numbers. Pitch missing outside, 2-1.
I think if I were to construct a Blues lineup, I think I would actually put Ashlock 4th, just because if your top 3 guys go down in order, you have Ashlock who's hitting .450 as your leadoff guy, a guy that could slug but also get on base to lead off the second inning.
Why don't you have Ashlock lead off the first inning?
BZJ Rowe.
2-1's a grounder to Murillo at second. He fields it off the chest and throws it over to first in time, and the side is retired. Chase Rogers gets out of a 2 base runner jam and a goose egg for the Stompers. We head into the bottom half of the 8th. Blues trailing 5-2 on the Slow Blue Streaming Network, and a break that's brought to you by Slow County Golf. Bottom half of the 8th inning is brought to you by SLO County Golf. They offer 3 courses in SLO, Morro Bay, and Atascadero. They also offer a unique combination of beautiful scenery and affordable prices. Book your next tee time at slowcountygolf.com. 6-7-8 due up for San Luis Obispo, trailing 5-2 against the Sonoma Stompers. As Tullerman gets hit by the first pitch he sees. Tullerman, who's already recovering from a swollen ankle, gets bonked right in the lower back. And the Blues will take it. They want base runners anyhow, anyway, and they get one here in the 8th, no matter how painful it is for ZT. So now due up, it's Brady Alves, who was actually hit by a pitch the last time he was up. Blues have a ways to go, though, trailing by 3 against the Sonoma Stompers, as Tullerman reels over at first base and takes off his batting gloves and hits reset. Alves has reached base in 2 plate appearances today, a walk and a hit by pitch, and struck out looking to end the 2nd inning. Kyle Seo still in this game for Sonoma, with Tullerman with a conservative lead at first base. From the stretch, Alves leaves outside 1-0. Brady came in the first game of the 4-game road series for San Luis Obispo, where they played Menlo Park at College of San Mateo. He came in for Don Jordan, who was hit on the forearm with a pitch. A precautionary sitting there for Jordan. 1-0. And Alves takes a fastball in the outer half for strike 1. And the crowd groans at that call from the home plate umpire, as Brendan Comerford is taking some hacks in the hole right now. Comerford would be hitting for Murillo if that move were to hold true. 1-1, and Alves watches a slider flutter on the outer half for strike 2. Now Brady's got to be tough with 2 here. A runner on first base, and the tying run standing on deck in Cam Andrews. Alves trying to find his swing this summer. He's off to a rather slow start. Now would be a good time to change that around. Pick over to first, and Tomlin's back standing.
And those last 2 pitches have been outside, at least according to our technology, but it's been a strike all day long, so Alves has to be aggressive on a pitch in that area.
That's today's zone, as the 1-2 ready to come Alves' way. The pitch, and Brady leaves it outside. This one a little too far away from the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Alves. Brady, like many Blues players, has been working with some new hitting mechanics from hitting coach Rene Regalado, trying to utilize them here, working on that hand separation away from his body as he readies up on the 2-2 count. Alves pokes it up and out of play, and will do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Something that Regalado talked with me about is that when Brady loads and he strides towards the pitcher, in this case Kyle Seo, the hands come with him. And it's a lot shorter swing, and you don't have a good margin of error when that happens. When you're a hitter, you want to walk away from your hands. 2-2. And Alves swings and misses at a slider for strike 3. Hitting mechanics aside there, a tough pitch to swing at for Brady Alves for strike 3. So with 1 gone, it'll be Brendan Comerford pinch hitting for Cam Andrews, actually. Andrews' day is done after going 1 for 3 with a single in the 3rd, rounding into a double play and popping out to the second baseman, Libby. Trainer speaking with the home plate umpire, making sure that substitution is good. I think we're all ready and set. And Comerford rocking his new baby blue batting gloves. He was pretty insecure about them in batting practice, and I told him, rock them, man.
Yeah.
They look great.
Then we did a head count. There's 4 guys with baby blue batting gloves.
Well, in the OG of the baby blue batting gloves this summer, Nico Button, he came to Sinsheimer with blue batting gloves already purchased while he was at Cal Berkeley. After that, Spencer Gallimore hopped on the train. Now Brendan Comerford hopping on the train. I like it, though. He had white and black batting gloves before. Good off color here for Comerford. Pitch missing outside for ball 1.
You're just a powder blue kind of guy. And I like it too. I like the blue on blue action. I don't think it looks bad. Wouldn't be what I would probably go with. I don't know what I would go with.
Diego Murillo stands on deck wearing red batting gloves. Here's the 1-0. Comerford leaves it low, 2 balls and no strikes.
See, I kind of look like the red batting gloves more than I do the powder blue.
Interesting.
I like the way they look on Murillo and Gavin Smith. He has his crimson ones.
You got to represent Harvard for Gavin Smith.
Yeah.
Here's Comerford on the 2-0 from Seo. And this one kicks away from Sepulveda behind home plate, and Tellerman can jog into second base easily. A wild pitch from Kyle Seo puts a runner in scoring position for the Blues for the first time in 2 innings.
Blues just looking for some late inning heroics.
Looking for any sort of jolt following a 1-3 road trip this past weekend.
4-5 in conference play, right around the middle of the pack so far.
Here's the 3-0. Comerford takes all the way, and that's ball 4. A pinch hit walk for Brendan Comerford puts 2 runners on for Diego Murillo.
Looks like we're going to have another pinch hitter.
And it's Kosei Suzuki heading out there. Murillo was in the on-deck circle the entire time, swinging a baseball bat, and a last-second change for manager Dean Traynor puts in Kosei Suzuki. So Suzuki making his 7th appearance in a Blues uniform this summer. 5 hits so far in his 21 at-bats. He's driven in 6. He's grounded into 1 lone double play this year. The Blues in total have grounded into 6 in their 17 games played. Fresh off the bench, Kosei looking to do some damage like he did at Tyler College last season. First pitch, and Kosei flinches on a pitch inside, and it gets away from Sepulveda again. Both runners on base advance another 90 feet. Now 2 in scoring position for Kosei Suzuki.
Another wild pitch. Tollerman goes first to third on 2 separate wild pitches. Blues are now in business at the tying run at the plate. You got Comerford on second, who, if he were to score, the lead would be cut to just 1.
Suzuki representing the tying run as a pinch hitter. Here's the 1-0. And Suzuki swings and loops it to the second baseman, Libby, who makes a great grab leaping. And that's the second out of the inning. Nice vertical from McCain Libby over at second base.
What are you supposed to do there if you're Kosei Suzuki? That ball was hit pretty well on a line and into the gap, but just not high enough to get over Libby McCann, who didn't have to range at all to his left or right, just had to load down and spring up to get there.
And he timed up that hop perfectly over at second base, completely extending to get that ball. All 6'2", 190 pounds of him. So now it's the leadoff man, E.J. Royal. 2 outs, runners on second and third. E.J. representing the tying run. Currently riding a 4-game hit streak against the Stompers. First pitch, and Royal watches a slider for strike 1. E.J. a single in the 6th, a pair of walks, and a ground ball out to Libby at second base in the first inning. Sam Ardois stands on deck. Blues trailing 5-2 in the bottom half of the 8th inning. The 0-1. Royal leaves it outside. Good stop from Sepulveda for ball 1. Royal has driven in 9 this summer. A home run, which he got in this road series up in San Francisco. A pair of doubles in his 19 hits and his 48 at-bats coming into today's game.
Not a guy known for his slugging, but a tick under 500 coming into this game. It's pretty solid for EJ.
Here's the 1-1. Royal easy take there on a fastball in the other batter's box.
And excuse me, I lowballed EJ. He's at 563 coming into this game.
Hit ball hard, you win. As Steve Springer would say, a hitting guru in the baseball world. Sale gets his sign from Sepulveda, now comes set. The 2-1. And Royal watches a slider hit the outer half for strike 2. And that zone has just been growing and growing on the outer half to right-handed hitters. And Royal and the rest of the Blues offense are hoping that's the pinnacle of the growth. Brendan Comerford at second, Zach Tarman at third. 2 outs and a 2-2 count to Royal. Here's the pitch, and EJ takes a slider for strike 3. Seo nips the bottom half of the zone and gets out of the jam. Second strikeout of the inning, and the side is retired. Still 5-2 at Sonoma. We head into the 9th inning on the SLO Blues streaming network.
Oh, Constantine's in.
Some new substitutions in for the Blues, along with the new pitcher, Raf Shirella, the southpaw from Allen Hancock College, will face the middle of the order for the Sonoma Stompers. Brendan Comerford over at third base now, and Nico Button behind the dish for San Luis Obispo. Blues trail 5-2 against the Stompers as the first pitch hits Landon Akers, and he falls to his knees in the batter's box. And a lot of pain. I can't tell where it hit him. Might be the face, could be the arm, could be both. Either way, Landon Akers immediately dropped to his knees on the hit by pitch from Shirella, the first pitch that Roth has thrown in his outing.
Roth has struggled with his controls thus far this season, and right there just plunks Landon Akers.
And so Akers will be good enough to run the bases as he jogs down to first base, attaching his oven mitt on his hand. And so following the hit by pitch, it'll be McCann Libby. Libby made a nice play over at second base in the last frame against the Blues. Stole at least a couple of runs from Kosei Suzuki, who lined it right to him and made a nice grab, levitating over at second base. He timed up the hop perfectly. All 6'2" of him extended to make the grab, robbing the Blues of some runs there. So now we can see if he can do some damage at the plate. He's already walked a couple times today and scored a run as the runner goes to second base. No slide from Akers, but he's in there safely with a stolen bag. A strike called on McCann Libby. It's 1-1 on the stolen bag from Landon Akers. Libby 0 for 2 today aside from those 2 walks, a strikeout and a pop out to the second baseman, Maria. 1-1, and it's well outside. Button almost has to come out of his squat to get there. 2 balls and a strike. The night sky slowly entrenching the Central Coast. The old school bulb lights at Sinsheimer Park starting to take effect here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Patches of darkness in the outfield as the 3-1 misses inside, and now will be 3 balls and 1 strike.
Mentioned Giarella has just struggled at times with his control, and a hit batter to lead off the inning. Now a 3-1 count.
No one out, runner on second base, the pitch. And it's bounced to the shortstop Artois, who throws on the run. Over to Tollerman, comes off the bag. I thought a little too early, but it looked like he stayed on. And a 6-3 put out for the first out of the ninth.
Whether or not he came off the bag, it's called an out.
So here's Brady Shannon. Had an RBI triple in the 3rd inning. One of the more exciting plays in this ball game, which has been relatively tame. A 5-2 lead for Sonoma, and all the offensive production has come for them. The Blues with 6 hits on the night, one of them for extra bases, and Ryan and I talked about the importance of the extra base hits for the Blues. Talked about how that line should be at around the 3 extra base hit mark. And I feel like that's a realistic expectation with the talent that's on this team. And I'm also sure that's a standard they'd like to uphold with themselves as well. 1-0 to Brady Shannon. It's swung on and sent straight back into the screen. 1-1 to Shannon now. Brady is 2 for 4 today. The aforementioned RBI triple, a single, a fly out to center, and a strikeout swing. A fun new addition for the Sonoma Stompers team, who arrived on the scene in wine country right when CCL play started. Aggressive secondary for Akers as Shannon takes a pitch outside for a ball. And this is where things get frustrating for the Blues, because that pitch just called a ball, and Shannon was called strikes on a few hitters this past inning for San Luis Obispo. So it's Brady Shannon and a 2-1 count. A native of Youngstown, Ohio. 2-1. Shannon swings and misses for strike 2.
And it's got to be funny for the Stompers. So obviously I worked there. Before I got there, a couple years before, they were a minor league affiliate team. So they were actually a pro team. They didn't have any affiliate team, but they had guys who were trying to play professional baseball. But then they joined the CCL. You're in the north with teams like the Healdsburg Prune Packers and the Lincoln Potters. And those teams have now moved on. And now you have teams like the Blues and the Merchants and the Crawdads that you're playing.
2-2. And that's taken on the outer half for strike 3. Rob Shirella catches Shannon looking for the second out of the 9th inning.
If you are holding program number 2215.
Healdsburg, Lincoln, those aren't names to be reckoned with. They wreaked havoc in the CCL when they were a part of the league. They departed last summer after the Prune Packers three-peated. So now that'll bring up Anthony Shepler. Shepler swings and misses for strike 1.
The Stompers were part of the Pacific Association of Professional Baseball Clubs in 2014. And then I want to say after COVID, in 2021, they joined the CCL.
Here's the 0-1. Shepler takes outside 1-1. The Blues were somewhat of a semi-professional team as well when they first started out. Welcoming veterans in from World War II. They came home to the Central Coast and wanted to play baseball, and they all assembled a team and created a semi-pro league, and they were the Merchants for about 4 days. 1-1. Shepler flinches, but it misses outside, 2-1.
They were founded in 2013, seized in 2022. It kind of seems like when the Stompers announced to join the CCL was when it fell apart a little bit, but teams including Hawaii and the East Bay and Martinez
2-1 misses low. Button can't find it, and Shepard won't get out of the way. Runner stays at second.
Mainly a lot of California teams with 2 Hawaii teams in that league.
You know, guys, we're looking forward to that trip.
Oh, yeah. You probably go out there and play two or 3 game series against those guys out in Hawaii. Spend a week there.
3-1. Pitch is popped up and out of the stadium, strike 2. Kind of tying 2 different things you said together. You talked about 2020, you talked about Hawaii. Before I came to Towson University, which is located in Baltimore, Maryland, they had a trip planned to play at the University of Hawaii. They were going to fly to Hawaii and spend the weekend in Manoa. Guess what happened that weekend before their flight took off?
COVID.
3-2, low and outside. It's ball 4. The runner takes off to third. The throw is offline. Landon Akers takes third. Yes. So Shepler draws the walk, and Akers catches the Blues defense sleeping, steals third base.
This is like the weirdest league I've ever seen, though. A lot of these teams conquered California, Martinez, Napa, Pittsburgh, San Rafael, Sonoma, Vallejo, all within about a 2-hour drive of each other. You have a team in Kansas that had 0 home games. They didn't have a home stadium, so they just played all road games. So I assume they just pretty much lived in California during that time. And then you have 2 teams out in Hawaii.
You said Kansas?
Kansas, yeah. Salina, Kansas.
You think they got the name wrong? Then they forgot the S on Salinas? 1-0 to Nick Sebastiani. Runner takes off to second, but he fouls it out of play. Strike 1.
That one's over there into the
They're still current. Oh no, they were disbanded after playing in the Pacific Association of Professional Teams.
Paris Vineyard.
Runners down first and third for the Stompers. It's Akers at third and Shepler at first. Sebastiani in a 1-1 count. With 2 outs, here's the pitch. Sebastiani takes a fastball, missing outside.
And that's been a strike all day long. Raf Chiarella knows that too. He's been pounding that area, just hoping that he's going to get the same call, and he's not been as fortunate.
And the fans don't like it one bit, as the Bear Cub from Santa Rosa on the 2-1 swings and misses for strike 2. Fans bellow for their hot sauce, trailing by 3 against the Stompers. Top half of the 9th inning, runners on first and third with 2 outs. Raf Chiarella kicks and deals. Pitches a called strike 3. Raf Chiarella strands 2 runners on after hitting the first guy he sees, and he sits down Sebastiani looking. Last call for San Luis Obispo. They trail 5-2 against the Sonoma Stompers. After this on the Slow Blue Streaming Network.
Leading off for the Blues, the bottom of the
Last
ninth
call
inning,
for San Luis
number
Obispo,
55,
and
Sam
2-3-4 is due up for the Blues. Sam Artois, Mason Ashlock, and Don Jordan trying to put together another walk-off winner for a nice crowd at Sinsheimer Stadium. The last time Blues played a home game, they had a walk-off winner in the 10th inning against the Menlo Park Legends. We'll see if they can recreate that magic here on June 17th. Kyle Sale heads back on out there for the Sonoma Stompers. Artois shows bunt, and he pulls it back, and it's a called strike. Handren was crashing hard over at third. He was essentially playing with his heels on the outfield grass. He's learned his lesson and is now creeping closer towards that third base bag. Artois stands in with an 0-1 count. He hit an RBI double earlier today. The pitch, and Sam leaves a sweeper, and it's a called strike. In and out of the mid of Sepulveda. And on the outer half of the plate, 0-2 to Artois.
I just don't know how you call that a strike after calling pitches way closer to the zone balls to Raf Chiarella.
And Chiarella certainly had to work for those strikes on the outer half, and it's been really easy for Kyle Seo here in the late going. So now an 0-2 count as Artois slightly chokes up on his bat. Widening his stance, the pitch. Well outside, stopped on the backhand from Sepulveda, 1-2. Artois, aside from his RBI double, was picked off at second, struck out twice, and grounded to short. Seo has his sign from Sepulveda and comes set. Here's the 1-2. Artois swings and misses for strike three. First out of the bottom of the ninth. Blues got two to play with. And here's Mason Ashlock, who struck out himself the last time he was up.
Here's number 51, Mason.
Got to get something going. Ashlock is a good guy to have up there right now. Got a couple of boppers coming up, but you know, when no runners on, Ashlock just has to do the smart thing and get a base hit. Can't hit a 3-run home run with nobody on base.
And Mason sure knows how to find a way to get on with his .512 on base percentage in the early going as he rolls this one to left field in front of Sebastiani, a base hit. One out single for Mason Ashlock. It brings up Don Jordan.
Just like that, wasn't hit all that hard, straight into the ground, but in the perfect spot, and you get on base. And now puts a tying run on deck. Now you can see a little bit of life coming into this team. You know, Don Jordan get on and you pass it along, and now you got the tying run at the plate. Little by little, the Blues can chop back in this game. They had a really good fifth inning. You just need to recreate that inning right here.
That was right on cue for Mason Ashlock, his second base hit of the day. As Don Jordan rolls up to the dish with a base hit of his own in the fifth inning. First pitch to him, and Jordan takes a slider outside, 1-0.
Even again, that pitch has been called a strike pretty consistently today. That one missed by about 3 or 4 inches outside, but has been called a strike.
Don walked, popped out to the first baseman, and grounded to Libby at second today. Average lead at first base for Ashlock as Jordan takes a sweeper outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Don Jordan. Jordan with a team-leading 20 hits on the summer. In his 57 at-bats, he's driven in 9. 4 extra base hits, they're all doubles. Ashlock takes off, Jordan takes it, the pitch is outside, it gets away from Sepulveda. Stolen base for Mason Ashlock and a runner in scoring position for the Blues.
It pays off, but situationally, not a very good decision from Ashlock. Said he gets the second, so we'll look past it. But if you were to get thrown out there, serving as the first run of 3 that you need in this inning, not a good look.
Ashlock entered today's game with only 1 stolen base in his 10 games played. He has 2 in this game alone. 3-0. And Jordan takes it downstairs, ball 4. Stompers have put the fastest runner on the team on first base and the tying run at the dish.
Gavin Smith Already has an RBI single in today's game. Looking for some more RBIs right here. Blues, I mentioned, Don Jordan gets on, and now the tying run is at the plate. You can see it. It's right there for the Blues if they want it, especially with 2 outs remaining, as pitching coach Mike Nunez will go back out. The third time we've seen him today walk out to the mound and talk to his pitchers.
And the temperature turning up on Kyle Seo as a right-hander gets loose in the Stompers bullpen. Nunez just wanted to give Seo some time to catch his breath and regroup. He has been so good in this later third of the ball game. Following his brother Ryan, who only pitched in 1 inning, Seo's been holding it down well for the Blues. Nunez wants him to remember that. Nunez is a former Sonoma State pitcher. Played for the Seawolves in 2004 before serving as a grad assistant in 2005, the same year that the current Stompers manager Zach Pace joined the program. So everyone disperses and Nunez heads back into the dugout. Runners on first and second for Gavin Smith. He's the walk-off hero from last Sunday when the Blues beat the Legends. That's the last time the Blues played a game at Sinsheimer.
Can't walk it off here, but could have a big impact.
It was an 11-10 victory, and Ryan's right, can certainly keep the line moving along. Double steal is in effect. The throw goes to third. Head for slide. The ball goes into left field. Ashlock can't see it, but he takes off to home anyway. Throw comes into third, and Don Jordan stands on third safely. Errant throw by the catcher Sepulveda makes it a 5-3 ball game.
Stolen base and an error gets the Blues a run. The tying run still at the plate. You could cut the lead down to just 1, 90 feet away there.
It's been somewhat of a theme for the Blues this season, the havoc on the base paths. So when you have a couple guys that can run well, like Don Jordan and Ashlock, use that to your advantage. So here's Gavin Smith in a 1-0 count. And Smith off the hands into the netting behind home plate for strike 1. So it was a stolen base by Ashlock and an error from the catcher Sepulveda. The first error of the day for Sonoma. The Blues have maintained their error. They've kept that error number down for the most part. Just 1 error from Ardois in the first inning and been pretty clean ever since. Don Jordan stands at third. Gavin Smith dancing in the batter's box on an 0-2. The pitch. Smith leaves a fastball high, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's a good take and an 0-2 count, one that's very close to the zone. Blues have had a couple of those today. I've been very questionably close and just decided to take them.
Smith with 11 RBIs on the season. Swings and hits it right to the shortstop, Boardman, who throws it over to first in time, but Jordan scores from third. Second out of the inning, and the Blues have brought it within 1.
Not necessarily your most ideal way to score that run, as it recorded an out in the process, but get the run that you needed. That one had to score at some point. Now some 2-out magic for the Blues if they're going to want to win this game.
Tollerman hitless today, 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch. But the last time he played a baseball game was against the Sonoma Stompers up in the Valley. He went 2 for 4 with a homer and a double. First pitch, and Tollerman leaves it inside 1-0.
I kind of feel bad for you guys when you went up and stayed there. Did you take the 37 on the bus to the games from Santa Rosa?
We did.
You did? That's a beautiful little drive, yeah.
Sonoma is exactly how you think it looks, and that's a compliment. Here's the 1-0, and Tollerman dodges a fastball high and tight. I think it clipped him on the shoulder, and a hit by pitch for Zach Tollerman. Back-to-back plate appearances where he's been plunked.
Blues will take it, and yeah, Sonoma's a very basic city. You drive, once you get down off the 37, if you're trying to go to downtown, it's a 2-lane road going both ways, and then you get into the town square, which is right where Arnold Field is. It's right off the town square. But it's literally a perfect square. I'd say in total it's about 2, maybe 3 square miles, which is restaurants and little boutiques and stores and whatnot, and a perfect square. And right in the middle of the square is Town Hall. And then, you have neighboring neighborhoods and other little side streets and stuff like that. But for the most part, that's the main part of the city, and it's kind of cool how it works. It's just everything funnels to the middle.
Well, Arnold Field is located just behind the Town Hall in Sonoma, as I think Zach Tallman will get a pinch runner. Caden Cuccia standing over at first base. So it's Cuccia at first. He represents the tying run as manager Zach Pace argued the hit by pitch call with the home plate umpire. He's still standing out in front of the dugout, and he'll give up and retreat as Nico Button comes in to hit. Button replaced Brady Alves, who Brendan Comerford played third base for him, and Comerford is on deck. So here's Button fresh off the bench, those baby blue BGs. Pick over to first, almost gets away from Keys, but he's there.
It's a tough situation for Cuccia. Unless Regalado gives him the steal sign, do you steal second, put yourself in scoring position, you risk the game ending? But if you get there safely, a base hit will tie up this game. Very tough situation.
Can never rule out anything with third base coach Rene Regalado with his aggression. First pitch to Button is a called strike, 0-1.
Well, in previous years at least, the Blues have just had the green light to go. So if that's still the case, Caden Cuccia, do you say, I'm going to swipe this bag, I know I can?
0-1. And a pitch high and tight to Button, missing. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nico Button. Hitting coach Rene Regalado calls Nico the tactician for his sound hitting mechanics and sound hitting approach. Entering a grad season, currently uncommitted. Pick over to first, and Cuccia is back safely. Caden has stolen 4 bases this summer so far. He's inching closer to second base. Pinch running for Zach Tolleman, who is hit in the head. 1-1 to Button. He swings and pops it up. Won't be playable, and it's out of play, 1-2.
Our free foul sponsor tonight, of course, the very vocal folks.
Nico got a handful of playing time his sophomore and junior seasons at Cal Berkeley. That came to a screeching halt this past year, only appearing in 6 games. Cuccia inches off first. Here's the 1-2. And Button rolls inside of a sweeper, almost hitting him. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Button, his 23 and 24 seasons as a Golden Bear at Cal, a 2.14 and a 3.19 average. That 2024 season, slugging .426 and driving in 9. 2-2. Button flinches on a pitch low and outside, but doesn't offer. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
A huge pitch now, full count, 2 out, tying run on first base. Cuccia will be off and running. Let's see what Button can do with this full count offering.
Blues trying to reach into their bag and pull out some magic with 2 outs. Full count to Button. 5-4 lead for Sonoma. Bottom of the 9th inning at Sinsheimer. Fans are hungry for a base hit. Here's the payoff. Pitch misses inside, it's ball 4. Nico Button draws the 2-out walk, and the winning run is at first base.
Walk the tying run into scoring position, and we're going to see Zach Pace out in the middle of the inning for the first time as he will make a move to the bullpen with Brendan Comerford coming up and the winning run on first.
New right-hander for the Sonoma Stompers. We'll introduce you to him right after this. Blues have runners on first and second. The go-ahead run on first with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Brendan Comerford in against the new pitcher, Nick Haas, right-hander coming out of Zach Pace's bullpen. The go-ahead run at first, the winning run at first. Cuccia stared down at second base. He retreats back to the bag in time. A pinch runner for the winning run, and Nico Button at first. It's Eli Henderson, who didn't go on the road trip but is here at Sinsheimer. First pitch to Comerford misses high and tight, ball one.
Henderson, a Division I guy, smart base runner, knows what he's doing out there.
Comerford in a 1-0 count. He swings and misses for strike one.
That's a pitch Comerford wants back. That's in his wheelhouse.
Nick Haas faced the Blues in game 2 of that 2-game stint up in Sonoma. 3 innings of work, 3 hits, 1 earned run, no walk, and 3 strikeouts. He gave up the home run to Tolliman. Both runners take off, and Comerford fouls it out of the stadium for strike 2.
Regalado was not too happy with Comerford swinging there. He wanted the double steal and put the winning run in scoring position. I saw him signal to his runners, let's do it again.
Eli Henderson at first, the winning run. Cuccia at second, the tying run. Comerford in a 1-2 count with 2 gone in the bottom of the 9th. The pitch. Pitch gets away from the backstop Sepulveda, and both runners advance another 90 feet. Tying run just 90 feet away for Brendan Comerford.
I know this is outside of the realm of things with the winning run at second now, but deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 runners on. 2 runs scored in this inning with number 2 at the plate.
From the windup, here's Nick Haas. The pitch. Behind the back of Comerford, here comes Cuccia. The Blues tie the game. A big miss from Nick Haas makes it 5-5 in the bottom of the 9th, and the game-winning run 90 feet away for Brendan Comerford.
Wow, just 2 mistakes from Haas. The Blues are able to tie it up. You mentioned winning run is right there at third, less than 90 feet away with that lead.
3-2 count, 2 outs. Comerford gets hit by the pitch, and he's fired up. Now it's Gavin Constantine with a chance to send everyone home. Second hit by pitch in this inning. A 3 spot for the Blues. 5-5 in the bottom of the 9th. And Constantine, who's fresh off the bench, has a chance to be the hero. And third base coach Rene Regalado calls time and wants to have a chat with his right-handed hitting second baseman.
Constantine, you know, he's not the best bat the Blues have, but a guy who could definitely get it done. I want to know what Rene is saying to him right there. Zach Pace is also going to come out and talk to his pitcher. I would not be surprised if the Blues go for a little squeeze here. Even with 2 outs, I could see it depending on, where Handren plays over at third base, or if you want to push it down the first baseline. Probably not going to be a hold over at first. So I could see some trickery from the Blues here, especially the game's already tied, so going for a squeeze if it doesn't happen, not the worst thing in the world. You just go to extra innings.
And Constantine has bunted before, and it went down successfully. It was a sac bunt to move a runner over. Placed it down perfectly on this road trip. And yeah, perhaps Rene Regalado could be in his ears talking about that.
I mean, Handren's back almost on the grass, so it might be there.
Runners at the corners. The only one that matters is at third. The pitch almost gets away from Sepulveda. Ball 1 to Constantine. The Blues dugout clamoring against the netting in front of the bench. Henderson stands at third. Game tied at 5, bottom of the 9th. Gavin Constantine takes a pitch down the middle for strike 1. 2 outs and E.J. Royal on deck.
Seeing a pitch out over the plate now. It's time to rip one, find a gap.
From the stretch, Nick Haas comes set. 1-1. Constantine buckled up on a pitch missing outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Gavin. 2 hits in his 20 at-bats so far. A slow start for the Bonnie from St. Bonaventure. He can erase that with 1 swing of the bat. 2-1. Constantine pops it up. Playable for the catcher Sepulveda, who removes his mask and makes the grab. Free baseball at Sinsheimer. 5-5 into the 10th inning we go. The Blues strand 2 runners on off a base hit from Mason Ashlock. And we head into the 10th. Slow Blues streaming network. Extra innings here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Trent Keys leads it off against Cade O'Hara, trying to close the door against the Sonoma Stompers with an automatic runner at second base. Nick Sebastiani will stand in scoring position for Sonoma. First pitch, and Keys shows bunt. The pitch misses inside, almost gets to the backstop. But the new catcher, Charlie Caruso, is there. So Caruso is behind the dish. Brendan Comerford is at first base. Caden Cuccia is at third. And Gavin Constantine at second base. That happened last inning, but another reminder. The 1-0. Keys shows bunt, and it's fouled behind home plate for strike 1. Comerford crashing hard on that play. Blues are ready for that. 1-1 count to Keys, who was hitless today, but was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning and was stranded at third. 5-5 game in the top of the 9th inning. Nick Sebastiani standing at second base. Keys showing bunt early. Comerford crashing. Keys pulls it back, and it's ball 2.
Trying to play some small ball baseball and would rather just get it down than, pretend like he's going to swing and then show. See what he does here, if he shows early or if he swings it.
O'Hara comes set. 2-1. Keys gets it down. Nice bunt to O'Hara, who launches it over to first base. A sac bunt is successful from Trent Keys. And a go-ahead run is 90 feet away for Esteban Sepulveda.
Definitely have a little bit of an advantage on a sac bunt with a shortstop on the mound. I was like, is he going to wheel this thing over to third? He has the athletic ability. We've seen him make plays like that. Doesn't.
That's the nice thing about having Cade O'Hara as your pitcher, is that he can make those infield plays while being a pitcher. And he's got a hot arm to dish it too. First pitch to Artois. Stares down the runner at third. He'll chase him to the plate. Flip it over to Caruso. He tags him out. And the inherited runner, Sebastiani, won't even touch the plate. Headsy play from Sam Artois. And a huge sigh of relief for this Blues defense.
That is gigantic. It was a well-hit ball, but it was right at Ardois, and Sebastiani with just a silly mistake, getting caught in between. That's a ball that you definitely just need to freeze on, especially with how hard it was hit. It gives the Blues some life.
So now it's the leadoff man, Colton Boardman, hitless today, but has reached base in 3 plate appearances. Pitch just missing outside, ball 1. Has walked twice, has stole a bag, and was hit by a pitch in the 8th. He stranded runners on 2nd and 3rd in that inning. A nice look from Shirella as he check swings here and goes around for strike 1. And a changeup from Cade O'Hara. Usually you see the fuzz or the sweeper showing out the combio late in this ball game. The lefty swings and hits it off the hands. Might be playable in foul ground, but it will into the orange row for strike 2.
Once again, thanks to our
Esteban Sepulveda over at first base on the fielder's choice. A nice play from Sam Ardois to get it at short with the infield playing in, stare down the runner at 3rd, and tag him out at home. Fans bellow for their hot sauce on the 1-2. The pitch is lined down the right field line. It'll be foul. Sepulveda will jog back to first base. Max Hendren stands on deck. He has a 2-hit day so far. But for now, it's Boardman. Fans want the hot sauce. 1-2. They get it!
How about some hot sauce?
Taste buds are satisfied. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning.
2:52 is the program.
5-5. Last chance for the Blues on the Slow Blues Streaming Network.
Number 50.
Just who you want up for San Luis Obispo. E.J. Royal, Sam Ardois, and Mason Ashlock. That's 1-2-3 for the Blues with the automatic runner at second in Gavin Constantine, who runs a 6.8-second 60-yard dash. The average in college baseball coming in at 7 seconds. Royal shows bunt and pulls it back for ball 1. E.J., a hit in the 6th inning today. Other than that, struck out looking and a couple of walks. Came around to score once and scored one of the 5 runs the Blues have put up today. Tied at 5 in the bottom of the 10th. EJ shows bunt again. First baseman Keys crashes and he pulls it back and takes it for strike 1. Sam Ardois stands at second base. Royal gets the sign from his third base coach, Rene Regalado. Winning run at second base and Gavin Constantine. Shows bunt. Hits him in the hand, and he will take first base. You would almost rather EJ didn't get hit there, because if he pulls away at the right time, the pitch goes to the backstop and the winning run is at third. EJ doesn't matter over at first base in terms of a base run.
Absolutely, especially because getting hit in the hand is not a fun place to be hit. And that's EJ's a guy that, for the Blues, they want him to be healthy all summer long. And he shook it off pretty quick, jogged down to first, but especially with how it's gotten much chillier here, that definitely did not feel good.
4 hit-by pitches from Sonoma in the past 4 innings. Here's Sam Ardois, who hit an RBI double in the 5th inning. First pitch, Ardois swings and hits it to the shortstop, Boardman, who flips to second for 1. On to first in time, they turn the double play. Ardois hit it off the end of the bat. It was an easy play for Boardman. And Libby was there at the right time. They turn it easily. So now, Mason Ashlock with the chance to send everyone home happy. Winning run at third base and Gavin Constantine. Ashlock just needs to send a single anywhere in this ballpark. He's done so twice today already. Broken bat single in the 4th and a hard hit one in the 9th. And take strike 1 here. Don Jordan stands on deck. He's got a base hit of his own back in the 5th. Ashlock with a wide stance, slightly open, and Constantine over at third. Game tied at 5 in the bottom of the 10th, the 0-1. Ashlock with a reckless swing and a miss on a pitch outside, 0-2. A deep breath for Mason Ashlock as he readies up, getting back in the right-handed batter's box. 5-5 game in the bottom of the 10th. 0-2 count with 2 gone and the winning run at third. Ashlock buckled up on a curveball outside, and it's strike 3. Constantine stranded at third and will head into the 11th. Tied at 5 with the Sonoma Stompers on the Slow Blues streaming network. Top of the 11th now at Sinsheimer Stadium with Colton Boardman standing on second base. The automatic runner per the CCL rules in extra innings. It's Max Handren up against Cade O'Hara. First pitch, and Handren swings and misses for strike 1. Handren a 2-hit day so far. He's come around to score twice. Also struck out swinging and 2 ground ball outs. Cade O'Hara comes set from the stretch. A high leverage situation for the two-way pitcher. Pitches hit hard into center field. Royal giving all he can, and he can't get there. It one-hops the wall, and that will score Colton Boardman. Cruising it at second base with an RBI double as the throw is offline, and O'Hara is there in time. Handren with the go-ahead double, scorched into center field. And as fast as E.J. Royal is, he just couldn't get there in time.
That ball was hit really well. I mean, there was just no way EJ was going to get that, and the wind has completely died down. 99 off the bat on a line. That's just going to be a hard pitch for EJ, or a hard ball for EJ to go track down, and he couldn't.
That's one of the better hit baseballs we've ever seen here at Sinsheimer. As Akers shows bunt, and this actually is not Akers. This is Kieran Baker coming in to replace Landon Akers, who got hit by a pitch the last time he was up. So most likely tending to his shoulder or his head. It was a tough one to call. I think it hit multiple spots when it hit him. So it's Kieran Baker, who showed bunt and pulled it back, a San Francisco native and a Bulldog from College of San Mateo. Shows bunts, Blues down 6-5, pulls it back, and the appeal didn't go around in that bunt attempt, 1-1.
That's such a tough appeal. There's only two base umpires, and with the runner on second, the first base umpire goes over to second base pretty much. That's such a tough appeal, especially on a bunt.
Baker shows it again and pulls it back again. This time it called strike 1 and 2. Comerford was right there, crashing hard over at first base. And in a 2-strike count, you got to imagine you won't see another bunt from Baker here. Look at second base. Now the pitch. 1-2 is called strike 3. Nice job by Kate O'Hare to get the strikeout following the RBI double to give the Stompers the lead. One gone in the 11th inning.
2280. If you're here, go to the marketing tent, get your bottle of slow heat from Bob John.
Well, off the bench, Kieran Baker goes down looking, and it's McCann Libby now. Libby puts it on the ground left side. Ardois charges it, makes the throw on the run. Comerford stretches and stays on the bag. Throw is in time, and Comerford with some acrobatics to stay on the bag. And quick and easy second out in the 11th.
Good play there from Ardois. He had a play like that earlier that snuck under his glove, the error he had in the first. That one, he kept it all the way in the dirt. You could see the dirt flick up out of the glove as he came up to make the transition to his hand. I love that approach rather than, trying to stab at it.
Here's Brady Shannon, who smoked an RBI triple back in the third inning over the head of Jordan. He pops it up towards Jordan's way on the right side. Don hustles to the line and makes the two-handed grab to retire the side. So the Blues now trail by 1 against the Sonoma Stompers. They got some extra work to do in the bottom half of the 11th inning. We'll see if they can come through. 11 to the bottom of the 11th we go. 6-5 Sonoma on the Slow Blue Streaming Network. Blues trail 6-5 in the bottom half of the 11th inning. A smoked RBI double off the bat of Max Handren gave the Stompers the lead in the top half of the frame. And now it's up to Don Jordan, Gavin Smith, and Brennan Comerford to clean up the mess for the Blues and maybe bring some magic as wardrobe malfunction here for Don Jordan as he restraps his elbow guard and we get set with an automatic runner at second base. It's Mason Ashlock. Above average speed as an outfielder. And Jordan is done messing around with his elbow guard. He'll just throw it in the on-deck circle. Jordan's ready to go. 1-for-3 day with a pair of walks. Scored a run in the ninth, that fateful ninth inning that tied the game and brought us into extras. First pitch. And Jordan with a sword swing for strike one.
It's one of the hitters for the Blues that you would like to have up here in this situation. You gave up a run in the top, and you need to manufacture that run from second to at least keep this game going. Jordan's a guy who knows how to drive in runs.
And he's got the pop to keep the line going as Ashlock creeps at second. 0-1 is popped up and out of play for strike two. A 2-strike count for Don Jordan.
Scramble for that ball, sponsored by Calcareous Vineyard.
Tying run standing at second base in Mason Ashland. Jordan's got the juice to end it all this game. No homers yet this season, though. 2-strike count. And a curveball shuffles him out of the box, but misses inside, 1-2. Jordan with 10 strikeouts to his 8 walks on the season heading into today's game. He matched the walks and strikeouts with his 2 walks today, so 10 each. Haas steps off, now back on. Righty getting loose in the pen for Sonoma. Jordan awaits the 1-2, here it comes. And John flinches on a curveball, missing inside, not by much. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jordan might have gotten away with a call there. Gavin Smith stands on deck, getting an earful from Dean Traynor. 2-2. Jordan takes it outside, ball 3. And these are some gutsy takes from Don Jordan, but as we've said before, he exudes confidence.
Yeah, and that pitch was, according to our technology, on the line of the strike zone, and we've seen pitches almost 3 balls off been called strikes.
Here's the payoff to Don Jordan. The pitch. Jordan swings and misses for strike 3. Chasing the elevated fastball after a trio of good takes, and it's Gavin Smith. Big first out of the inning for Nick Haas. And Gavin Smith's turn. Smith batted in a run in the 5th with his RBI single. He's the Blues' walk-off hero from last Sunday against the Menlo Park Legends. And he has a chance to end the game here. We've seen his home run power on opening day, and with one swing of the bat, he can call game. First pitch, and Smith takes a fastball outside, strike 1. Smith with his 12 RBIs, the most in today's lineup. And second on the team behind Brendan Comerford with his 17. The 0-1. Smith pokes it the opposite way and foul. Another 2-strike count for Nick Haas. And it looks like Caden Cuccia, if he were to come up, or when he comes up, will be pinch hit for. Andrew Raymond standing in the on-deck circle. The thoroughbred from Santa Clara. 0-2. Smith hit on the top of the helmet. And another hit by pitch by the offense. Blues have been hit 4-5 times in the past 5 innings. So now the winning run stands at first base, and Andrew Raymond will pinch hit for Caden Cuccia. Raymond made his Blues debut on this road trip up north at Walnut Creek. And in that game, he batted third, hit a double, walked twice, and struck out swinging. A big body from Santa Clara. Blues are excited about him this year. Want to give him a first taste. Fastball is a called strike on the outer half, 0-1.
You never want to say it's a good thing somebody got hit in the head, but in an 0-2 count, Blues will take Gavin Smith being on. It's a fresh count for Raymond.
The 0-1. Raymond swings and sends it into the left center gap, ranging to his right, and it falls. Here comes Ashlock around third, and a stop sign at the bag for Gavin Smith. An RBI double ties the game. Remember the name.
Wow. Andrew Raymond, in his first at-bat in front of a home crowd, comes through big time for the Blues. That ball kind of sat up in the air a little bit. They were unsure if it was going to be caught, so the runners had to hold, but you get one run across, and you tied the game up.
Now here's a huge opportunity for Charlie Caruso, who is pinch hitting for Nico Button. And they'll just award first base to Caruso. That run doesn't even matter. It's Brandon Comerford, the team leader in RBIs, coming up to the dish.
I have a lot of respect for Zach Pace over there in Sonoma, but I'm sorry, what are you doing bringing Brendan Comerford to the plate with the winning run 90 feet away?
As I said, team leading RBIs with 17. The winning run 90 feet away with just one out. Comerford just needs to put it in the air. First pitch, Brendan sends it straight back into the screen for strike one. Corner infield playing in with the bases loaded. Tied game at 6 in the bottom of the 11th. Haas comes set with the bases juiced. 0-1. Comerford swings and misses for strike two.
Now if you're Comerford, I think your approach changes a little bit because, yes, you're trying to put the ball up in the air, but I think now with 2 strikes, you just want to put the ball in play. Even if you ground into a double play, you gave yourself a chance to beat it out and win the game. But if you strike out, you don't give yourself that opportunity.
With one out, the 0-2. Comerford swings, it's a bouncing ball to the shortstop, Boardman. Goes to second for one, on to first in time. Stompers turn the double play, and some more extra inning baseball. We head into the 12th. The Blues strand the bases loaded. Brendan Comerford grounds into a double play. Tied at 6. Into the 12th we go on the Slow Blues streaming network. So it looks like there's some defensive replacements Caden Cuccia no longer at third. Brendan Comerford is at third. And this might be Sebastian Lopez at first base. He arrived on the scene this morning for San Luis Obispo. First pitch is a bunt, and it will roll foul off the bat of Anthony Shepler, strike one. So Brady Shannon is the automatic runner over at second base. And the Blues have tied the game on an RBI double from Andrew Raymond. It was smoked in the left center gap. He has 2 hits this summer with the Blues in his 2 games played. Both of them are doubles. This is exactly what Dean Trainer and staff were expecting from Raymond, a 6'5", 220-pound frame. So it's Comerford at third base for the Blues, and it's Lopez at first. And Shepler shows bunt again and pulls it back for ball 1.
That first bunt he laid down was beautiful. It just trickled foul, but it was a perfect bunt.
Alf started at third, then Comerford came in, then Cuccia came in, now Comerford's back. The 1-1. Shepler gets it down. O'Hara to his right, watches it over to first. Huge ricochet on the glove from Constantine. The sack bunt is successful, moving the go-ahead run in Shannon 90 feet away.
That almost took Constantine's glove off of his hand, as the Blues infield will come in here, as they did in the last inning with a runner on third.
Here's Nick Sebastiani. As Ryan said, the infield playing in with 1 out. The pitch from O'Hara, the check swing, didn't go around, 1-0. Slider missing low and outside from Cade. He's been mixing that with the fastball. We've seen a little bit more changeup action from O'Hara too. The 1-0. Here's a changeup here and a called strike, 1-1.
Strikeout would be huge here for O'Hara, who's in his 3rd inning of work, which we have not seen yet this season.
Sebastiani on the 1-1. And a swing and a foul off the shin guard of Caruso for strike 2. Sebastiani, the hometown kid from Sonoma. The 1-2. Curveball, take it, strike 3. Big, huge second out for Cade O'Hara to catch Sebastiani looking.
Number 2273, go to the marketing tent, get your bottles.
It's a beautiful slider that Sebastiani was not looking for. A huge pitch is now the infield can back up, because nobody's come to the plate. I assume we're going to have a pitch hitter, and that's the reason why.
It's kind of funny optics here, just an empty batter's box. I think they're just calling to anyone in the dugout. It's the bat signal. Anyone, anywhere. There is still no one at the dish. O'Hara and Caruso trying to get on the same page.
Getting a call from Zach Pace. He wants me to come in.
No way. So it looked like Trent Keys will be pinch hit for, and it's Paul Lazule coming in. So Trent Keys, the first baseman, is done. Lazule coming in now, the former LMU commit, turned Monterey Peninsula Lobo, who was second team All Marmonte League his senior year of high school in Oak Park. He played in the CCL last summer. He had an underwhelming season at Monterey Peninsula, batting south of 200 with 14 hits. One was a homer, though. First pitch, and Lazule takes it outside, ball 1. Paul's a utility man and entering his sophomore season at Monterey Peninsula. 6'3", 215-pound utility man. Pitch fouled off the opposite way, and it'll be out of play, strike 1.
It's out of bounds. Foul balls tonight sponsored by Calcareous.
Our score sheets are just getting lit up.
Yeah, the infield portion of my Blues scorebook is insane. Comerford looks like he's catching.
Fouled straight back for strike 2.
I knew this name.
Fans want their hot sauce on the 1-2 from O'Hara. The pitch. Pitch misses high. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I understand that it's his last catch. Maybe that's the reason.
O'Hara trying to get out of a jam. Go ahead, run 90 feet away. Lazule in a 2-strike count. Here's the pitch. Curveball, hot sauce on the inner half.
Another bottle of
O'Hara sits him down. 2 straight strikeouts to strand the runner at third. Blues are in business. Automatic runner will be at second, and a chance to win the ball game in the bottom of the 12th on the SLO Blues streaming network. Blues with a chance to win the ball game. Brendan Comerford is the automatic runner at second base. Gavin Constantine is up. He shows bunt and pulls it back on a pitch high and outside, ball 1. Constantine's the 9-hole hitter with E.J. Royal, the leadoff man, standing on deck. The only person that matters, though, are the one in the box and the one standing on second base. That's the winning run for the Blues, Brendan Comerford. Shows bunt, pulls it back again, a pitch high and outside, 2-0 to Constantine.
Small ball is the way right here. The visiting team doesn't score in the top half of the 12th. You move the runner over to third, 90 feet away with 1 out for the top of the order. That's the way to go.
Haas comes set, the 2-0. And showing bunt, pulling it back again is Constantine. 3 straight balls from Nick Haas.
Now the interesting thing, if Constantine were to walk, do you have Royals square? I think so. I think you just got to get that runner to third with 1 out.
Got some pretty big bats behind you, 3-0. Constantine pulls it back, and that's strike 1.
It's also an interesting thing. Nate, you played. 3-0, if you're told to bunt from your coach, is it an automatic pullback, or do you put it down if it's there for you?
I've never actually been in that situation. I'm probably just pulling back, though. He doesn't here. He gets it down to the right. They'll go to third. Comerford is safe at third. Constantine safe at first. Good thing he didn't pull back, huh? Perfection on the bunt from Gavin Constantine. The first baseman, Lazul, went to third, and Comerford got there safely with the feet first slide.
Yeah, and I don't blame Lazul. Because he's a righty, he could have a little open stance and watch Comerford come by. And Comerford didn't get a great jump because that ball almost hit Constantine.
So here's E.J. Royal. Infield playing in. Winning run 90 feet away. Constantine takes off to second. Run doesn't matter, and Royal will take strike 1.
No, I don't know if I've ever seen that before, though. Constantine was standing on second base before the pitch was thrown.
He was sprinting, too. He didn't need to. So runners at second and third. Comerford at third base, the winning run. The 0-1. Pitch missing outside, and Sepulveda on one knee to get there, 1-1. Royal has 1 hit today. He was in the 6th inning. Last time he was up, he was hit by a pitch in the 10th. Was stranded at first. The 1-1. Royal swings and sends it into left center field, and no play is made in left. Get that kid a steak dinner. E.J. Royal wins it.
7-6.
Blues win 7-6. Some Sinsheimer magic.
How do they do it? The Blues and this late inning magic send the Stompers stomping.
Royal is the hero. A 7-6 victory for San Luis Obispo. It took 12 innings. Is that all?
I mean, whatever gets it done, I guess, right? Whether it takes 9 or 12, it's a win is a win.
3 hours and 50 minutes is your final time for this game. E.J. Royal is the walk-off hero. An RBI single on the left center gap scores Brendan Comerford from third, and the Blues take the W. Well, talking about timely hitting, that is as timely as it gets right there for E.J. Royal. The extra base hits didn't come through in a fashion that we would like, but it doesn't matter because the Blues came away with a win. They salvaged the pitching early on and the couple of question marks throughout the game. A big first win for the Blues and a big momentum builder for them as well.
Yeah, they have 12 games in the next 13 days, 4 of which are on the road. So the fact that you can win that one, give yourself some momentum. You play the Stompers again tomorrow, then you have the Saints at home, and then you're on the road for 3 down in SoCal. That is just a huge momentum boost for the Blues. And I think what was huge as well is with all those games and you're going into a 12-inning game, the fact the Blues only had to use 5 pitchers is truly impressive because in extra inning games you could very easily hit that 6, 7, or 8 mark with pitches. The fact that O'Hara was able to eat 3, Marcotte able to eat 4, Hammond able to eat 3, that's big for this pitching staff.
And they got a lot more arms where that came from, but these next 2 games are big for the Blues too. They'll celebrate this one all right. A team dinner at Chuck E. Cheese. Blues win 7-6 over the Sonoma Stompers. Much needed W. Feel good vibes as the Blues head back on the bus and back home. Blues take the W 7-6, and Nate Mills and Ryan Giacomini on the call with you on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. We'll see you back tomorrow at 6 p.m. They got the Stompers again. Have a good night.